There was an old woman, all skin and bone. Ooh. She lived outside the old graveyard. Ooh. I heard that song when I was a kid in grammar school. I must have been about third grade. And I never forgot it. And I sing it to my kids, and now they're too old. They're just like, shut the fuck up, Dad. Maybe. Maybe. You should be scared, Danny S. Oh, what's up, motherfuckers? Happy Sunday. Welcome to... yeah, Tom Waits. Yes, the pair. It's the voice of an angel. Welcome to Shoot the Shit Sunday. It's good to have you here. Yeah, you know, today's just going to be... Oh, by the way, the Discord's open. That's why I got these on. So if you want to call in and talk live, just put yourself in the Discord chat room, and I will bring you on whenever it makes sense to do so. Well, look, Syndicate's already there. I'll bring you on in just a second, buddy. Hang on. You know, I did this video. Hang on, let me pull these chats up so you guys can see it better. The demo for Fursan Al-Aqsa, the Knights of the Al-Aqsa Mosque of the Cincinnati Al-Aqsa Mosques. I don't even know what that is. What is that? I don't know what that is. Hello, Blake. Hello, all you guys. I'm going to smoke some pot and we're going to get started. You beat Severed Steel, Johnny Weston. Good for you, sir. What did you think? Incredible game. You goddamn right it is. You goddamn right it is. I need to finish that fucking thing. I'll tell you in a sec, Eric. Hang on. I'm not one of these guys that... Whoo, make your head pop off. Whoo, lordy. Hot Wheels is great, Cloud. I love Hot Wheels. God damn, Jaffy. You're from Spasbo? No, you're Spasbo. You're from the Floridian Spasbos. I don't like to Whoo, lordy. I smoke very rarely, but when I do the pot, which is, you know, once or twice a week, maybe, I like the pipe these days just because it gets it into you faster. I'm thrilled the game is made in Palestine, but what is the game? What is it? Is it what kind of game is it? Smoking doobies, you'll be living in a van down by the river. Listen, that sounds like back when I was a kid in the day, and they says, oh, the drugs are so bad. The drugs are so bad. It's so dumb, you guys. I know you know this. I know you know this. It's just like, you know, yeah, getting addicted to anything is bad. But pot? Come on, man. Pot is better than alcohol. Pot is a natural occurring substance that allows you to relax and chill and see life through a different filter. Now, if you're doing it all the goddamn time, that's a problem, you know, unless you're dealing with some shit. But once you're done dealing with your shit, you know, you don't want to be, you know, pot inebriated all goddamn day. But from time to time, yeah, Cloud, well, that's why I don't smoke it all that often, sir. People who can't handle the weed smoke complain about Kenna being too hard. Fuck you, Eric. You're going straight to hell where Satan is living and waiting for your stupid fucking soul. Hello, Itchy. Good to see you, sir. Yeah, I'd love to try a game made in Palestine. I've never played one, but give me some genre information. What is it exactly? Saltiest Gamer deleted his talk with Colin, says shoot 'em ups. Yeah, I mean, I think, he posted a tweet about it later in the day saying, that he just kind of maybe that wasn't his best moment. And, so he took it down. I think everybody learns. And, I think that's good, you know. So here's what I want to talk about at first. And we don't really talk about whatever the fuck you guys want. There is no agenda today. If we get bored of talking, we'll play some video games. I have Metroid queued up. I've been playing that a little bit. I've been meaning to get into Psychonauts. So, you know, we'll see. We'll see what you guys want to play. I've been trying to play Insurgency some more, which I love. Insurgency Sandstorm. But I got to reboot my computer or some such shit because something's happening with my memory card or my video card. I have not even played Death Stranding Doomslayer. Let me tell you, I own it. I bought it. Scott McClellan, you fucking moron. It's not members only. Although you could, you know, I don't know, you're here enough that maybe you could become a member, you fucking moron. Listen to me. We're talking about the Death Stranding. So I own Death Stranding. I'll tell you in a sec, Eric. I own Death Stranding, the director's cut, and I am going to play it. I probably will play it over the holidays. You know what I found out, though? The whole game has 7 hours of cutscenes. And the end cutscene is, not that I'll ever get to the end, but the end cutscene is 2 hours. For a fucking cutscene. What are you talking about? Fuck you. 2 hours? God damn, Kojima, get a fucking editor. I bet he could say everything he says in that cutscene in about 20 minutes. 20 fucking minutes. Let me talk about some of the videos I put up today real quick, because I got to address some of this Twitter horse shit. Right to repair. We were just talking about that at dinner last night. Let me hang on. Let me stay focused within reason, because I am on the dope. So I made a video about two things. People who are kind of like, Jaffe, you need to get good. You're complaining about games that are getting hard. And I put all the shit in the video if you're curious about my take on it. But I don't know. Look, I'm just, you know what it is? Somebody online, and I don't think it's this, but there's a similarity. Someone online compared it to being like dealing with jocks in high school. These fucking little gamer fucks on Twitter, they annoy me because they're so postury. Like this, you know, here's this one guy, Fornatron. I got nothing against the guy, but he says he's responding to this discussion. These are my phases of falling in love with the game. Jaffe just needs to stop being a little bitch. And I'm looking at his picture. I'm like, sir, I assure you, if you walked into a biker bar and I walked into a biker bar, I would not be the bitch. All right? That said, though, phase 1, he says, these are his phases of falling in love with the game. Beat the game. Phase 2, platinum the game. Phase 3, do multiple playthroughs of the game as all classes styles. Phase 4, do a deathless run. Phase 5, do a level 1, no level up run. Phase 6, speed run. Shut up. What the fuck's the matter with you? I mean, there's a point where that's just too much. That's obsessive. That's OCD. Get some fucking medicine. Fupy says, yeah, women love guys who beat Kenna on normal. Well, they're going to love me because I ain't fucking beating it at all. Let me rephrase that. Yeah, Centro says I'm getting burned out because all these Souls-like games. I'm not, but the thing is, I never said people can't make the goddamn games the way they want. Here's what we talked about. Some people were calling it, I've never heard it called Shadow AI, but even I didn't express it perfectly, though. I'm not saying the games, here's what I was saying. I was saying the ideal game, whether it's Bloodborne or whether it's God of War or whether it's, Halo Infinite, the ideal game should adjust its difficulty. But what I wasn't suggesting is that it needs, if you're struggling, it needs to get easier, right? All I was saying is, let's say you're the guy who made Bloodborne, the director of Bloodborne. I don't fucking know his name anymore. I forget. Mikami's is it Mikami? Let's say you're that guy. Okay. The experience the director wants should be what the AI provides. However, my experience with Demon Souls is very different than Spazbos' experience with Demon Souls, right? Because our skill levels are very, very different. But so I guarantee you, the director of that game, Miyazaki is going, you know, as a guy who's made games, you want everyone to experience the same thing. But the only way to get everyone to experience the same thing is to make the AI adjust. So if I come to a point in Bloodborne, I didn't say a Bloodborne as if I know there's another Bloodborne being made and I just accidentally slipped up. I said just Bloodborne. If you come to a point in Bloodborne and it's really frustrating and it's really challenging, that's fine. But if it's tuned the same for everybody and the AI doesn't real-time adjust, then Spaz's version of really challenging and hard and dying 20 times and then getting it, that is going to be a rage quit for me. That's going to be dying 100 times and just ultimately quitting, right? So all I'm saying is that it's AI that actually is not just making it easier so you can get through the game. It's AI that is consistently shifting within the limits or the bowling alley guardrails of the director's vision. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. So anyway, but and then all these people coming at me about difficulty. I'm just so fucking tired. You know what it is? There's just such a it's like gamers are, maybe this is every fandom. Right? I don't follow a lot of I love you as well, Nikki. I don't follow a lot of sports fandom. Like I'm a big fan of Auburn, although I'm getting to the point where I'm just like, fuck you guys, just fucking win a goddamn game. But anyway, so I don't know how bad fandom is there or fandom is in television or whatever, but gamer fandom, at least online, it's just like, maybe it's because a lot of them got picked on and shit in school and this is the place they can kind of front and everything, but it's just like it's so elitist and obnoxious and arrogant, and it's just like, I'm not saying your hard game should be taken away. I'm just saying I don't like them. And I'm saying that if you play like I play, which is not just console gaming, but everywhere, there is a tendency towards games being really fucking hard. People are toxic, says Brian East. God damn, it sucks. It's an internet problem, says Grave. Yeah, it sucks. The only hard part about Bloodborne, says Spaz, was the beginning. Once I got used to facing each enemy one at a time, it got much easier. Understood. Eric was asking me about the Dave Chappelle special. Like I said, this is going all over the place. It's Shoot the Shit Sunday. Oh, I got to bring in Blake. Let me bring in Blake, and then I'll bring in, if you want to talk, but hang on. I'll get to the chat. I'll get to everybody. Come on now. Fuck you, Fupy. Fuck you. We'll talk about God of War Game Day, Sam. I'll tell you all about that. Hang on. Is this Blake? Blake, where are you at, boy? Says you're muted. Where are you at, Blake?
Yo.
What's going on?
How you doing, Jappy?
Well, I'm pretty good, man. How are you? Fuck you, Ricardo Estevez. You're going straight to hell. I'm doing good, sir.
Dude, I'm living in the dream over here. You know, San Diego's got beautiful weather the last few days. Nothing to complain about.
Okay. Well, I like that. That's the dream. The dream for me right now this time of year would be to be in Salem, Massachusetts for the Halloween shindig, because they got all the witches and all that shit. They do Halloween light, right?
I can understand that. You're trying to get into the, you know, the feel of things, you know, and San Diego doesn't have a very Halloweenish feel, that's for sure.
No, this is true. So what's going on, champion? What do you want to talk about? I'm coughing up.
Oh, man. Here, hold on a second. Let me join you real quick. You know, us Californians have a lot in common. So, one sec.
Come on, man. Come on.
I got you, boy. I got you. All right. So here we go, dude. I got a lot of questions for you, man. You know, we're talking about game difficulty.
Don't you fucking bore the audience, though. You got to get in here with some good shit. Let's go.
No, dude, we're going to talk about the good stuff. Everybody wants to know, like we talked, we addressed on Twitter, earlier today.
Yeah.
Why it was God of War designed with the Hades of Hell blades the way that it was, because it's fucking horrific.
Right.
Let's be honest.
It is. It's horrible. And you have to remember, back in the day, we didn't have the ability to patch something. So and I haven't played the Blue Point version of God of War like they did the HD version. So I don't know if they ever fixed that in that version or not.
They didn't.
Okay, so that was not intentional. And so we play tested that game within an inch of its life. We were constantly... It got to the point that almost every week was another play test. It was just a constant thing. And that made the game so much better. And then we started running out of time, and I told Shannon, I was like, I really would love to do a play test on Hades because that was the last level we designed. But I was like, we're out of time. I got this based on how, how people have been playing in the other playtest. I think we know how to tune it. And Tim Moss, I'm going to give you the deep dive. Tim Moss, who is the lead programmer and the CTO at first, and I think he went on to be head of production at that studio, he came over when he saw me and Tobin doing a rough design of that. And he says, he's British. So he said, "Hey, well, collision, governor. Our collision won't work for that." And Tobin's like,
on point.
Yeah. And Tobin's like, well, let me fucking play with it. I'll see what I can do. And he's like, "I'm warning you, mate. This not going to work. I'm going to have to call Judge Dredd and the Leprechaun." I think the Leprechaun is Irish, but, Anyway, so Tobin did it, and I kind of forgot that conversation with Tim. And what we should have done if we were going to do it was make it a lot easier, because the reason that section is hard is not because it's get good hard. It's because the collision volumes are so out of whack with the visuals. And it was never meant to be hard. But by the time we shipped it, we didn't realize, or when we shipped it, we didn't realize that because we didn't play test it.
Well, do you mind if I interject for a second?
Governor, interject all you want.
I love it. All right. So if that's the case, why were the camera angles offset in that specific instance? Everything would have been fine, honestly, but you just needed to have a straight-on camera angle looking at the log. And because it was offset, you couldn't really see what was coming next at you.
Dude, I have no
everything
idea.
Going straight.
It's possible we set the camera that way because we had set them all that way in that level. And again, if we look, when you play test, it is unless you've got, and I've never met anyone who's got this mind, unless you've got the kind of like, Queen's Gambit on the green pill times 100 mind, where you can think ahead and get outside the game developer headspace, you have to play test your games, right? And because you just get used to things. And so in the case of that level or that moment, the camera could have been as simple as we had been setting all of our other cameras that way, and we didn't know that section was any harder than any other section. And so it was just, we got to hurry and let's just set these cameras up kind of by template, right? It could have been that. It could have been that Tobin, the designer of that section, did catch the problem, and he might have said, hey, if the camera's this way, at least based on what he knew about the collision, which obviously he didn't take into account if this was the case, the player doesn't have that data about the collision. And so he was like, maybe it's easier once you know how the collision works to do it from here. But it was an absolute fuck up, and if we would have had if we would have had a patch, we would have patched the fuck out of it. Another example of that game, people say, well, what about the Ares fight, right? Well, the Ares fight was Eric Williams, who's the director of the new God of War, Derek Daniels, and Cory Barlog. And I came to them with the story, and it was like we were so far into the game, and I was so busy doing a million things at that point because it was like the game was done for the most part. So everything needed tuning, and everything needed playtesting, and all this stuff. And we had to decide what bugs to let live with and what bugs to kill. So I said to them, I said, look, you guys are better at fighting games anyway. They were all like amateur fighting game contestants or competitors. And I also said, look, you guys are great designers as well. So just take this and run. I just want these story points to get hit, right? Mm-hmm. Well, those guys, in the same way that we got a lot of guys talking on Twitter today, though, to them, difficulty is, is a virtue. I'm not saying they were trying to make it unbeatable, and it wasn't unbeatable at all. The Hades Tower was a mistake. This was just a little harder, and it didn't kind of really fit in with the tuning of the game that had come before it. But it was never, none of it was ever meant to be hard. It was never meant to be a game. It was paced to be a game that was completed, and we dropped the ball in a couple of places. So that's. And
I think that the biggest problem is obviously the ball that was dropped was consistently into back-to-back issues. Like you had Hades, and that goes pretty much straight into the Ares fight.
Right, which again is telling about the value of playtesting, because it was the back end of the game. We didn't build the game entirely in order, but we built it towards the end enough in order that it was like we saved the ending until the ending. And when you get to that point, you think you know what the game is, and you fucking don't until you bring in playtesters. And we just, so it was a lesson learned for sure. So, but that was why. That was why.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Man.
No. I appreciate you answering that. That's been a long withstanding question in my mind.
Anytime, Blake, sir. Call back anytime. I appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. There goes Blake into the evening. Ricardo Estevez has been a member for 8 months of the Diet Show to Soldiers. Everybody take down your pantyhose and show him your nuts and berries or your taco, and do him a favor. Ricardo says, would you accept to remake God of War? Regardless of the answer, what would you change about it? Mucho kisses. Love you, dude, but get good. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself with a fucking blender, you cocksucking motherfucker. Listen to me, Ricardo. What would I do? Yeah, I would love them to remake God of War. Honestly, I would put in a couple of things that we had to cut. There was you can actually see some of this stuff on YouTube. You can, I would put in the sand elevator sequence. I would put back in the boss for Pandora's Box, which was this giant kind of falcon bird egg boss killing the babies of the mother bird egg or some such shit. I would put that back in. I would obviously change the tuning. I would make Hades more interesting. I would definitely want to add some stuff and not just plus it, but kind of improve it and whatnot. And yeah, I would do that. I would never cut the sex scenes. You kidding me? I mean, if it was up to me. So anyway, I feel that not paying attention to the final part of the game is disappointing. Yeah, well, welcome to life, pal. You're not wrong. It's not like we were morons. It's not like we were like, we're an idiot. We're going to, instead of paying attention to the last part of the game, let's go in the bathroom and see who can shit faster than the next guy. I mean, I know, but you're doing a gajillion things, man. You're doing a gajillion things, baby. And as you're doing them, what do? You pick and choose, and you think you got something and you don't got something. Mutant Mo, hello, good sir. He says, spin on down to Twister's Titty Bar for the Sweet Tooth special. I'm glad that you used your member for 11-month chat to chat that, sir. Scott McClellan, that's the thing. I don't have to go out of my way to be more progressive. I simply am progressive. Because, I was raised well, sir. Let's bring in Andy Lee. Andy Lee, how are you today? I'm smoking the pipe, and I have to say, you have come here with a little sachet. I would fuck you, but I'm not gay. Andy Lee, what's up, pal?
Hi, Jeffy. Thanks for taking me.
Taking you? No. I just said I would not, but I'll take your call.
Okay. That's what I meant.
What's going on?
Actually, before I get to my real question, what you just said reminded me of something I've been meaning to ask you. You do a really good job with accents and such. How was that? Is that just something you've always had a talent for growing up?
Oh God, no. I don't do a good job. I get made fun of consistently because my British accent. My British friends are like, dude, really? That's horrible. You sound awful. I don't think my British accent's meant to be shit, mate. It's terrible. Right? That's a terrible accent.
I think from a comedic standpoint, it's pretty good.
Oh, it does its job. Oh, you goddamn right. Phoebe, that was not a homophobic intro. I said I wouldn't fuck a dude because he's gay, and I'm not gay. I don't know if he's gay, but I wouldn't fuck a dude who wants to fuck me because I'm not gay. That's not homophobic. That's just like, no, I'm not. That's not my cup of tea. This man took English poetry in high school. Well, hang on. Let me show you something. I was an English major in college. Look at this beast of a fuck. Oh, look at the, oh man, I wrote all this shit on the side. I mean, this was just a mammoth piece of shit to go through, but it was great. Oh, such good poetry. Anyway, the point is, what's up, Andy Lee? What do you want to talk about?
Hey, Jeff, I have a question.
Yeah.
Something I've been meaning to ask you a long time. I hope this isn't something you've covered heavily in the past.
Okay.
So from God of War 1 to 2, you changed your official title from game director to creative director.
I did, mate.
And I did watch your YouTube video where you explained the difference between those two positions. And from that video explanation, it sounds like that was a promotion.
Okay.
And you've also expressed that many times that you said that as far as the journey of game development, for you personally, it was more about the destination because the day-to-day journey was pretty torturous. It was rough going. Mm-hmm. So my first question about that is, in God of War 2, did changing to that creative director position, did that achieve what you wanted in that regard, which is a less involvement in that torturous day-to-day development process?
Yes. So I just smoked more of this reefer, and thus I have to cough. But anyway, so yes, part of it, a big part of it was that that life was miserable making God of War for me. I loved parts of it. Like I loved when we saw things that worked and I saw players happy. That was an absolute fucking joy. But the day-to-day, because I don't particularly like video game development, that's the goddamn truth. Take somebody who doesn't particularly like the details and put them in an environment where you're not only having to deal with the details, but you're dealing with the details because you as the director are demanding and pushing so hard for the best game that you and the team can possibly make. And you're kind of building your own fucking torture device, right? And so I was just like, I can't do this. So I honestly think really what happened, fuck you, Spasbo, fuck you. He says, Jeffy can never stop talking about how progressive he is. So for me, honestly, when I got to God of War and it shipped, looking back now, and I'm enjoying, I'm having a great time being a game design consultant for movie games and things like that. I still very much enjoy aspects of game design, but I got to the point with God of War where I think that was really kind of, what I was, quote, meant to do in video games. And once I achieved that with the team, I never was as motivated anymore as I was on that game and leading up to that game. And so I became creative director, A, because I didn't want to direct the new game, B, because I was moving to San Diego and the team was in Santa Monica, so I couldn't very well direct it day to day. And then I started working on Twisted Metal again because I wanted to work with guys in Utah because it was a less stressful job, I thought. And so that allowed me to do that as well. So I hope that answers your question.
It does. Just a quick follow-up.
Do you have a follow-up, mate?
Did it feel like a promotion to you, or like both, I guess, during the time and in hindsight?
You don't really have I mean, when you're at that level of a job, I was the game director. I was one of the founders of Sony Santa Monica. It wasn't like I was sitting around you know, I mean, I don't get me wrong. I'm like, I want more bonuses from God of War and I want more money. But it wasn't like promotion wasn't, you know, I had all the freedom and all the ability a person could have at that company creatively. So I never really pictured anything as a promotion. But I mean, I guess maybe on the hierarchy chart, I guess it was, but that was never in my brain.
At Sony Santa Monica, was there a distinct executive tier that felt separate from the dev team?
Sure, there was Alan Becker, but that was it. And Alan was great. Alan was and remains one of the great heroes of the industry. He went on to run Sony Japan for a very long time. And yeah, I mean, he you know, he played games. He was a very artistic guy. He was very creatively demanding in a great way. But he also was great at shielding the team from a bunch of the politics of Sony, and he was great at, you know, basically being the executive in charge. And there was only one time Shannon and I ever had a disagreement that her and I, the whole hierarchy at Santa Monica was creative director or game director, and the producer of the game are sort of in charge of what is in that game. And so 99% of the time I was always, you know, able to work with Shannon and she with me whenever we had a disagreement. And there was one time that we couldn't, and that was the only time we really went to Alan and said, hey, you need to solve this because we can't come to an agreement on this. But, I mean, there was that. And then, of course, there were executives, but they didn't work at Sony Santa Monica.
Okay, so last question on that. When you got promoted to that creative director title, did you feel at all like you're a little bit closer to that executive circle of being in those kinds of meetings? Or were you still, in your mind, you're firmly on the dev team, and you were not an executive at all?
I mean, I didn't. You've thought about this a lot more than I have. I didn't really think about it. I was just sort of like, I had different kinds of meetings because I was responsible for all the creative output coming out of that studio. So I wasn't just working with Corey and Tim and those guys. I was working with external development. I was working with my own projects. But I mean, that was the only real difference. I didn't think about it the way you're describing. No, why? Why do you ask?
Oh, I met you a long time ago at GDC, right after God of War 2 came out, and I had asked you after your talk, you know, the fact that your position changed, and in all those years, I've just kind of been wondering if you know, what that was like. And the YouTube video that you made, where you explained the position of the difference of the position, made it a little more clear. But I just kind of wanted to hear, you know, some other aspects to it. But I appreciate you answering my questions. Thank you.
Absolutely, sir. Have some dope.
I shall.
All right. See you later, buddy. Jojo D, hello, good sir. Hope your birthday was good. Why ain't developers treated like actors like Tom Cruise, Scarlett Johansson? Because nobody wants to fuck us, sir. Where they get paid up front. Oh, like that. But also take 4 or 5%. Well, okay, the answer is very clear. The answer is very clear. And so he's basically asking, why don't, and I think directors make more sense, but why don't game developers or game leads, director, producer, lead artist, what have you, lead programmer, why aren't they getting these deals where they're taking 4 or 5% off the back end and getting paid a lot up front, blah, blah, blah. And trust me, those were questions I had, especially after God of War. Those were questions agents that I hired had, especially after God of War. The problem is that it's one more case of the video game industry and the video game press and fandom thinking that we are like the movies or we are like TV. Okay, here's why. Here is why. You have a great example of it probably happening right now over at Konami. Not only do 98% of the customer base not follow developers, let alone directors or lead programmers that can, you know, Tom Cruise negotiates for 10% of the back end of gross because he knows and the studio knows he can get it because the value he brings as being Tom Cruise that the public will know and come see his movie. There's a big difference between, you know, Tom Cruise starring in War of the Worlds and some, B-rate sci-fi channel actor starring in War of the Worlds, okay? With game developers, look at what's happening with Konami. Konami's going to remake Castlevania. Konami's talking about remaking or remastering Metal Gear. Let's assume Kojima is not involved, which why would he be unless management has changed so drastically that that the people that he hates are no longer there.
Hey Dad, can I buy Jack store because it hasn't been working on my computer?
Yes. How much is it? You were so me when I was your age. You're such a fucking liar. Okay, yes, you may. Thanks for asking, buddy. So, what was I saying? Right, so, movies, games, blah, blah, blah. So, the reason is, I told you to shoot the shit Sunday. Don't come here expecting a proper show. Not today. Not today. I gotta put this away. That way it's out of reach. Because if I have it, I'll just keep doing it. Come on now. What was I saying? Come on now. Stay with it, Jaffe. Listen to me. So the movies, right. So fans do not respond. Fans do not respond in the same way for video games as movies, right? So there's a small percentage of people who know about Kojima, and he's the biggest name there is, and will go and purchase his game sight unseen, and that's great. But it's not like... So basically, the answer to your question, Jojo D, the developer doesn't really have the power to negotiate that. I assure you. Look, it's the same reason that the guy, that Bruce Willis got paid $1 million to be in the video game from Activision Apocalypse, and God knows how much Ariana Grande got for being in Fortnite. Because she brings people to the game. But you think the lead programmer of Apocalypse, or One, no, I think it was Apocalypse, you think he got paid $1 million? Of course not. Because nobody gives a shit in terms of the buying public, right? So even look, if Cory Barlog and Yumi Yang and all of the key people at Sony Santa Monica walked out tomorrow, they would still ship God of War Ragnarok. It might be delayed a little bit, but it would still ship. And guess what? It would still, even if it was a piece of shit, the next 3 God of Wars would probably sell. It would probably go like God of War Ragnarok would sell, if it was shit, 75% of the last God of War. And then you'd see diminishing returns until Sony says it's financially no longer worth it. That's what happened with Twisted Metal, right? People buy brands. They don't really buy... at least people in general, they don't really buy. When you get to the indie space, you're dealing with something a little bit different because your amount of sales doesn't have to be as high and the budget isn't as high. So if you can get 10,000 fans, you can make your money back. Depending. The NCAA Gamer just dropped super chat, the first one of the day. I appreciate it, pal. NCAA is National College Athletic Association. When am I going to get my college football game? I think EA's making one finally, right? Listen to me. He says, look, Jaffe, I just watched your Twisted Metal 1 live endings because it's one of my favorite games, and I'm wondering if you're making another one for Twisted 2 or TMB. Yes, I am. The real challenge is I'm trying... The live action movies were so bad in some ways, and so misunderstood, that there were so many stories around it that I could do 20 minutes on every single one of them, and I did. Whereas with Twisted Metal 2, you start getting into, there's a lot less to talk about other than just to watch them together. So the reason I haven't done it, but I will do it I do need to do it. I want to do it. I worry I'm not going to have a lot of content But so I guess worst case, it'll be a watch party with an interview with Mel McMurrin and Lee Wilson. I mean, that ain't no small thing. So Game Day Sam says, Jaffe, you're telling me to become an actor instead of a game dev. It really depends on your goal. Is your goal a higher percentage chance you'll be able to earn a good living? Then I would go game dev. If your goal is to be rich and famous, you ain't getting it in video games. I mean, unless you consider Kojima rich and famous, American game devs make a lot more money than Japanese game devs. Like Miyamoto makes about $1.75 million a year. Where I think Tim Sweeney last year, I mean, the guy's worth $8 billion. So, I mean, they're different jobs, but you know what I mean? He's been in that company forever. Mocha Chocolate. Hello, sir. Mocha Chocolate made famous on the Sony PlayStation Network hit The Tester Season 3, I think. He drops Super Chat. He knows I appreciate it. Mocha Chocolate wants to know this. He says, yo, DJ, I think he's talking to me. Do you think you'll make a video explaining why you hate Kingdom Hearts? I don't hate. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I don't. Yes, I do. Listen. Okay, Sober Hippie, your mileage may vary. He says Barlog and Druckmann are rich and famous. Define rich. Rich in Los Angeles? Let's put it this way. I made God of War 1. I made Twisted Metal. There was a small window where I was one of the biggest known game developers on the planet. And I made a really goddamn good living. I couldn't afford to buy a house in Santa Monica, a good house. You know how much an average house? Let's put it this way. The starter homes in my neighborhood were $1.5, $1.6 million. Those homes here in San Diego would cost about $550,000. Those homes in any other part of the fucking country that's not New York or what have you would cost about $70,000. $70,000. I am high. I don't hate Kingdom Hearts. Hello, Pro OV. It's always good to see you, good sir. I don't hate Kingdom Hearts. I find the fandom kind of obnoxious. What I genuinely don't like about Kingdom Hearts, and I haven't played it since the first one. I only played the first one for about, 5 hours, 4 hours. P Turtle, I see. I'll bring you in a minute. So I don't like, look, I think if you're going to make a giant Disney fucking world game, I don't think you need the fucking Square characters in there. First off, it just feels shitty to me. And I say this as a big Disney fan. I find Sora, if that's his name, with his little stupid key and shoes and pose, dumb. Look, I think if you came up with Kingdom Hearts, I get why you fucking loved it. Because when you're a little kid, of course. But anybody over the age of 20, when they first played Kingdom Hearts, they're like, this is stupid. Hello, Lanceman. Good to see you, buddy. Dylan A drops a super chat of £1, not a pound, but it's a pound variant, which means he's from sunny old England. He says, Jeffy, I'm playing through the final boss fight with Ares. How I beat him with your sword. And fuck you for such a blood fight. Listen. Listen. I already talked about that. I'm going to cut it out of this video and make it its own video about the boss fight and why it was the way it is. I'll let you know. But I appreciate the super chat, Dylan. Dylan, I'm going to sing a song about you really quick because I got to get to Pete Turtle. Dylan, you made a killing when you were filling out envelopes for assassins. That's all I got, sir. I was about 10, said Tristan, when Kingdom Hearts 1 came out. I was a big fan. That series went nowhere after Game 2. It's just spinning tires. That's true. Oh, that's true. Let's get you on the newer Final Fantasy games. What are you, like a doctor? Let's get Jeffy on the newer Final fucking Fantasy games. It might clear up some of that rosacea. Listen to this guy, Coach. This is my tweet over on Twitter. I'll get you, P Turtle. I'll get you. Coach over on Twitter is talking about my not liking these games that are too hard. Yes, I'll talk about Chappelle. 1 second. He says, I'm going to file this under terrible takes. You got to file, coach? You got to file? There are plenty of games people can just breeze through, and most have difficulty options. Also, if a game is that frustratingly tough to the point where someone can't handle it, maybe don't play it anymore. There's a market for everyone. I'm going to file that, coach, under you clearly don't understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying there shouldn't be hard video games. Nobody's talking about that. Nobody's talking about that. You want what I'm on the pot, baby. Oh, fuck you, Scott McClellan. You motherfucker piece of poo. Jesus Christ. Here we go.
What's going on, Jeffy?
Well, I'm smoking the fucking reefer and I'm sitting here doing a stream. How are you, Pete Turtle?
I'm good, man. Listen.
Yeah.
Everybody's talking and asking about this stuff you did like 20 years ago. I don't do that anymore.
I didn't hear the last part. Your voice went too high like Peter Brady in the It's Time to Change episode.
No, I said I don't want to hear about this God of War stuff anymore. I want to hear about, what'd you think about the Dave Chappelle stand-up?
That's what Eric Lemon was asking. I'm going to get Ricardo's super chat, then let's talk Dave Chappelle. Here we go. Ricardo, thank you. He's what?
Stop dodging it. Let's go.
I'm not dodging, bitch. I don't want to. The man just paid money, and I gotta give him return on his ducats. Otherwise, I'll forget because I'm high as shit. Ricardo says, "Are you high? Give us 1 hour of Death Stranding, you old so-and-so. Must be the best way to play that hour with us and high." Okay, I'll try it, but I'm not doing it right now.
That is a great game. It's a great game. One of the few games I like.
It's got a goddamn 2 hour fucking cutscene in that game. I don't know, man. All right.
Yeah, that I didn't like.
So I haven't watched all of the Chappelle stuff. I did read about what he said. I'm assuming what you're talking about is he was talking about TERFs and trans folks, and I think he said something about LGBT in general, but I kind of forget.
He spoke about a whole bunch of people.
Which thing are you looking for me to comment on, sir?
I kind of wanted you to comment on the whole thing. It's why didn't you finish it? Were you couldn't get through it?
It was too hard.
It was too hard?
I haven't had a chance to sit down. I sat down and watched VHS 94 yesterday instead of Chappelle. That was the shit, man. That was the shit. But anyway, I didn't. Yeah. Let's get back to it. Tell me what it is Chappelle said you want me to comment on.
Well, again, I wanted you to comment on the whole stand-up, but you didn't watch it.
Well, okay, then I can't help you. I mean, I know a little bit. I know a little bit. What I'll tell you.
What is it that you read?
Okay, so I read the part. I saw the part where he was talking about J.K. Rowling, and I saw the part where he was talking about saying that gender is fact. I saw that part.
Yeah.
And I saw he said something else about just the gay community in general, I think, and about him being a black guy and how that related, but I don't remember. If you want to refresh my memory. But I'll tell you what
I think he said something along the lines of a transgendered woman is basically like doing blackface to TERFs.
Yeah, I mean, I heard that right. That's right. That's what he said. So
pretty good joke. Pretty good.
It's a good joke. I mean, ultimately, I don't have a problem with people saying whatever the fuck they want to say. What I will say that I disagreed with him when he said gender is fact, only because what ends up happening with that particular argument is people use the wrong vocabulary. And if I'm using the word gender to mean one thing and you're using it to mean the other thing, to you, I come off as a moron. And to me, you come off as not willing to actually open your mind. When people... When people say gender is fact and they get up... what they think they're saying is... You can't deny the fact that someone is born with a penis or a vagina or sometimes both or sometimes neither. What they're saying is biology is a fact. And of course they're right. I have a trans son. He's not going to tell you he was born with a penis. He's very aware. Was he born with body dysphoria, morphia? I forget which one it is.
Dysmorphia.
Yeah, of course. And he'll tell you that too. But that doesn't mean gender is fact. Dave Chappelle's talking about biology. Gender is a construct. Gender, our dogs and animals have different sexes, but they don't have genders. My dog doesn't think of himself as a boy dog or a girl dog. He's just a dog, right? And so that's what a lot of people are saying, especially when you have people who come up and say, I think gender is fluid, they say, and I feel more like this, even though my biology presents like that. I think, I think Chappelle's wrong in that sense.
But then I feel like those same people would make would make an argument that goes against what they're saying, and that there's certain doctors that believe that transgender people are born with like a more female brain.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of that?
I mean, I've heard about that. I think maybe just like I've heard.
And that's the argument they use, which I feel like goes against their argument because they're recognizing that there is a distinction between male and female.
They're recognizing there is a difference or a distinction between biological definitions of male and female. They're not talking about gender, though. Gender, it doesn't matter. The point is that gender, if you're using gender in one way, it carries with it a lot more baggage than just, are you a person with a penis or a vagina? And that's where I think that battle comes from, where I think Chappelle wasn't suggesting, Chappelle's a smart guy, he wasn't suggesting that the societal construct aspect of gender isn't real. I think he just wasn't thinking when he says gender is fact. As for the blackface thing, it's a funny joke. I understand it, but the fact of the matter is here's the deal. Ultimately, if you feel that way, you are transphobic, right? Or you at least have a problem.
She admits to being.
Yeah. So, I mean, because ultimately, a trans woman will tell you, and I have no reason, it's none of my business anymore to question, forget you because you think you're more of a man than you are, but that's a P. Turtle specific thing. But I have no thought or interest, or it would never occur to me to walk up to anyone and question the whatever they identify with, right? So I don't really give a fuck. But ultimately, though, if you are asking a trans woman, the trans woman will tell you, I'm a woman. And yes, she may not have been born with the same biological components as a woman that you say is a woman, but according to her and according to psychiatrists and doctors and whatnot, her identification is valid. So I just kind of go.
That's true.
So I just kind of go. Well, what do I don't care if I've not walked in those shoes. How would I know?
But that's true though. That's not true.
What's not true?
Doctors and scientists don't say that transgender people are really what they believe.
Yes,
they don't say that. If you look at the DS,
no one is saying that. What I'm saying is, there is a psychological condition called body dysmorphia or dysphoria. Which one was it? I forget.
That's in the DSM-5.
Okay.
Right. It's an actual mental illness.
Well, I know.
Disorder.
Okay. So they will tell you that the only relief trans people get is from however they define it, because it's different for every person, is transitioning. Okay, because whether or not you believe or not what they feel and they believe, that brings relief. So the doctors are saying that's the only thing that we've ever found that actually can combat this, really, if it is actually a case of that you're talking about. I will also remind you that for the longest time, homosexuality was in that same DSM book as a mental condition.
Yeah,
so I mean,
what, like in the 80s?
Yeah, well, forever until it wasn't recently. So
yeah, they took it out at one time. But what I wanted to say was that do you believe that he should be taken? Because I don't know if you saw the transgendered writer. I think that person writes for that show Dear White People. I heard that. Yes. That person came out and said they want to that they're going to leave Netflix unless they he's pulled off of Netflix. How do you feel about that?
Well, I mean, it's a free country and it's capitalism, and ultimately, that I'd have to think long and hard about it. Like if I was working still at PlayStation and PlayStation greenlit a game that I found was incredibly offensive to me or my family, and thus was offensive to me, I would think long and hard about, do I want to continue that working relationship? But not everyone's that way, right? I walked away from a very lucrative game directing job about 8 months ago because when I found out where the money was coming from, and it was coming from a company that has a lot of ties to the Chinese government, I said, yeah, I want nothing to do with that.
China's doing. I like what they're doing.
You're a fucking moron. But anyway, so I walked away from that. So I mean, ultimately though, if someone has a problem with what the dear white people person has a problem, then that's on them. But I don't I don't believe in
deplatforming.
I mean, I don't even think you can, you can't cancel. The sad part about canceling is the only people you can really cancel are people who aren't privileged anyway. I mean, you're not going to cancel a rich white guy who's straight, right? I mean, you're not going to cancel.
Look at Harvey Weinstein. He got canceled.
He got arrested. That's not canceled. He
got canceled before he got arrested.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. He would have been fine. Right?
Okay, well, look at what's his name? The guy from Usual Suspects.
Kevin
Spacey.
But these are but you're missing you're getting breaking the law getting mixed up with canceled. Getting canceled, like for example, the guy I'm high, so help me out. The guy we're talking about, Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle didn't break the law. Dave Chappelle just said something that you don't like. That's when people get canceled. If you break the law, you doesn't matter who you are, hopefully, although that's still, you got an advantage if you're, white straight male too. But
wait, so you're saying no white straight males based on just saying things on, that people disagree with haven't gotten canceled?
No, I'm saying that it is much less, it's much more difficult to cancel people with privilege, whether that is skin privilege.
Oh my Lord.
It's true. Because look,
go ahead.
Good luck trying to cancel me. Because what does that look like?
I mean, you're gonna get canceled sooner or later.
But okay, what does that look like? I have enough money. I'm fine now. YouTube may get rid of my show. I'll do it somewhere else. They all may get rid of my show, and then I'll put it on. If you watch the stand-up, he actually speaks about a big-time rapper that just got canceled, and he was actually part of his bit was saying that he was trying to negotiate with the gay people for the release of this rapper named The Baby, because The Baby said some disparaging things about gay people. But what do you mean he got canceled? Like,
they took shows away. He's been dropped from. I believe he possibly was either dropped from his label, but they definitely took a whole bunch of his shows away. Where a lot of these stadiums didn't want him to perform because a lot of the people who worked there were gay men or whatever.
Isn't that just? But isn't that just capitalism? I mean, isn't that basically? It's not like he got arrested. Sure, but they use capitalism to cancel somebody. That's what canceling is. It goes hand in hand with capitalism. But it's still canceling. When people get deplatformed, when you don't allow them to speak, when you take their job away, that all encompasses being canceled. I mean, are you taking it literal? Like they shoot you and kill you and you're actually canceled from existing? No, but what I'm saying to you, though, is if the only thing canceling can do to you is take your job away, but you still have privilege because of class privilege, money privilege, skin color privilege, gender, quote, gender privilege, then the more privilege you have, the less it's a problem, is my point. Dave Chappelle's not getting canceled any more than Joe Rogan's getting canceled. He may lose his show, and then he'll just go, great, I'm not working and I have $100 million in the bank. What do I give a fuck, right?
Yeah, that's an unusual way of looking at canceled. I don't think most people would, but I get what you're saying.
Well, because I don't have to worry about it, right? I mean, I'm not saying I'm some kind of rich guy like Joe Rogan, but trust me, I haven't been in the red or the black. I haven't been in profit in my life since I left Bartlett Jones. So it's not like I'm sitting around making bank. But at the same time, though,
I would disagree with you, though. I would say, especially because when you look at like the sphere that these people are in Hollywood, in entertainment, I don't believe being white currently is the privilege. I mean, behind the scenes it might be. Especially when we talk about like agents and producers or whatever. Sure,
of course.
The people that actually control it 100%.
Yeah. But
when we talk about like Dave Chappelle, I believe if a white man did his set on stage, he'd be done. He'd be done. There would be no discussion.
Well, he'd be done until he's not done, right? I mean, he'd be done until he makes a comeback because he can make people money. right? The woman that they got rid of on Mandalorian, I just heard is coming back. Gina
is she? She
Carano.
really didn't do anything.
No, I didn't think she did either.
Yeah.
But, you know, I mean, end of the day...
But I mean, like, I'm interested to see J.K. Rowling, because technically she didn't get canceled. From what I understand... She's still working with WB. She's still writing that latest new Harry Potter movie.
And there are a lot of people in the trans community that say we're going to boycott the game, we're going to boycott the movies, and that's great. They have every right to. They have absolutely every right to. Just like you have every right to not buy a Michael Jackson album because there's a good chance that he was a pedophile.
Sure. The last thing I just want to say is that I hope to call back. I want you to watch the whole thing if you ever do, so I can call back and we can discuss it, because I actually don't like what Dave Chappelle is doing. Okay. And it's not because I think what he's saying is wrong or anything, but he's doing a lot of what I think a lot of liberal comedians do now, is that they're getting more fed up with their own side. So they like to say controversial, edgy things, which they know they word it in a way where they know it's going to bother the people on their side because those people are sensitive. But it's clear as day that these people aren't bigots. And to me, it's offensive to somebody like me because I am a bigot.
Oh, I know.
And I feel like he hurt. Yeah, and it hurts my argument. It pushes that goalpost further. Yeah. And that's why I want you to watch it, and I want us to discuss it one day.
All right, good sir bigot. I appreciate it, Pete Turtle. Call back, bud. See you later.
All right, man. Later.
There goes Pete Turtle into the night. Let me get this super chat up here. I apologize. Quick, where did it go? Hang on. Did I miss it? I did that one. Okay, good. So I just don't want to leave people hanging. Quick question, says NCAA Gamer. If you were able to bring back a canceled Twisted game, what will it be and why? For me, after seeing concept art for Apocalypse, I really want to play it, but I enjoyed 2012. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that, and I appreciate your generosity, man. I mean, man, Twisted Metal is such a fucking tough nut to crack. It really, the world of Twisted Metal is, Eric, I'll get to your comment in a second. I need more pot. This is not enough pot yet. That should be hitting me harder. I'm bothered by this. The world of Twisted Metal is, I think, deep and wonderful, and I think there's a lot to do with it, and I love it very much. The moment-to-moment gameplay of Twisted Metal, as is, I think is kind of a product of its time, and I think it becomes really difficult to, unless you're going to do something radically different, it becomes very difficult to take Twisted Metal and simply plus it and bring it up to date. Because, again, what we were struggling with even back in 2001 Twisted Metal Black was that players were starting to get used on console to such a fidelity of motion on the part of other characters they were playing in games like Doom or Quake or whatever, Disruptor or whatever was first person out there. Time Splitters, where you could kind of, Rabah, you could slide behind corners and you could lay down and you could strafe and, you could bunny hop and triple jump and all this shit that then when you put them in a car, and you're like, okay, we want you to have the same kind of arena combat, but we're going to take away 80% of the level of, or the degree of motion that you're used to in a shooter. It becomes really hard to add stuff on that makes it compelling. And so I think I wouldn't go back to an old Twisted Metal so much as I would say, I want to do, if it were up to me and this wouldn't be Twisted Metal in the way you're thinking, I would do a Sweet Tooth horror game is what I would do. And I would do it very inexpensively. I would do it for like $1.5 million, and it would look very rough and raw and indie. And I would just make it violent as goddamn fuck and dark as goddamn fuck and really put you in the shoes of Sweet Tooth and his victims. I think that would be interesting. But the idea of just another car combat game, all I can tell you is I don't have any ideas of how I could make moment-to-moment vehicle combat any better. Scott might, Kellen might, but no, I'm not interested. I appreciate that. I smoked a cornfield size of pot already. Well, it ain't working. Is it working? It might be working. When we get in Twisted Metal 405, yeah, I know. I know. Right, the next Manhunt, but in costumes. It's true. Okay, what did you want me to talk about? The blackface comment? Oh, right. Eric's saying, what about Dave Chappelle's blackface comment? I talked about that already, right? Where you were asking about, well, what about these women who say, or black men who say, it's women who, the TERF women who say a trans woman is like a to a cisgendered woman, a trans woman is like a black person seeing a white person doing blackface. I think that was the gist. And I understand the point, but again, people who actually are educated and know trans folks and understand what they their process and what they deal with and whatnot, a trans woman is fully aware that she was born with a penis. But the very nature that what makes her trans is that whatever the outside of her body looks like, that's not who she is, right? So I understand that if you don't understand, even in my case, like peripherally, because I know people that are trans and my son is trans, if you don't know those people, I understand that that joke would be clever. But you have to understand that, you know, whether it's gender dysphoria or whether it's just, whatever you want to call it, it's the way the brain is developed. And I don't think it's good or bad any more than homosexuality is good or bad. It's just another type of being human. Although it's very painful for them until you deal with it via transition. But you know, I look at it and say, you know, to them, that joke probably doesn't land, right? Because they're going, we're not pretending we're women. We are women, right? And I think that's maybe why the joke is so offensive. But I understand that if you don't know trans folks and you haven't really spent any time with that, then you would say that. What was it like when your son came out to you as trans? Did you already know? I did not know. We assumed that he was gay, but I didn't know, and it wasn't like anything. I was like, oh, we were both surprised, and like, okay. And then by the next morning, you know, it was never a negative thing. It was a shock, like, oh shit, really? And then we were really sad because he had been anxious for all of middle school, and we thought it was anxiety disorder. We had him in therapy. And once he finally came out, this kid has been confident, happy, has tons of friends, has had boyfriends. You know, he is incredibly social, super fucking happy kid. So we were thrilled with it, but we were sad only because it's like, oh my God, you poor kid, you've been suffering for the last 3 years and we had no idea. Oh, I just want to hug him now thinking about it. And he's more like his mom, where he's more like, just not, he's more stoic and more, you know, he's like, oh, I'm fine, Dad, you know, but I'm just like, oh, my poor child. It makes me so sad that you were suffering and we didn't know and we couldn't help. Anyway, that's my story. But what about somebody, says Eric, who is white and feel is black? I mean, you know, look, I am in no position to tell anyone what they. Here's what I would say. Why, you know, really, if you were to chart this out, right? If you were to chart this shit out, you would go, the people that complain about this stuff, why can't I say the N-word? Why? What about a black person or a white person who says she's black? What about that? All this kind of gotcha bullshit. And it's kind of like, why? It's almost like the people that have those complaints must be feeling so put upon and just like they've gotten a raw deal in life, because that's the kind of thing you say when you're envious of someone else's success or someone else's thing that they have that you don't, which I guess is what envious means, right, Jaffe? Because I don't have any experience feeling like a different race or skin tone or whatever. Like, I've never walked around. This is a deep cut, but it's a good cut. I've never walked around like Nathan Johnson in The Jerk going, you mean I'm going to stay this color? Right? I'm good. But is it possible, you know, that woman is telling the truth? I don't fucking know. It's none of my business. What do I care? Right? I mean, why are people so goddamn up in people's business? What the fuck do I care? If there's a white woman who thinks she's black, I don't give a fuck. Hey, there's Robert the Moderate. Oh, you didn't see that? That was from last year, Rob. That was from the Halloween special, which we're doing again this year. God damn it. What about Jim Ryan's statements about expanding the audience? Shoot 'em ups. Hello, shoot 'em ups. Well, I have a whole video on it, but I'll give you the shorthand version of it, which is this, which is what was your question? Fuck. Jim Ryan. About expanding the market. You know, I think, I mean, look, of course, everybody wants to make more money. Okay, here's the answer. I think it's very easy for people who work in the industry and love the industry to think that, to get caught up in the press and the PR and the idea that they're making movies, not movies literally, but they're making, you know, such culturally relevant stuff. And I'm not saying that I'm not talking shit about video games. Of course, I love video games. But it's almost like they tend to forget that, because Jim Ryan's article was talking about, I think our entertainment is some of the best entertainment in the world. And I don't think he's necessarily wrong depending on what game he's talking about. But ultimately, you know, you're dealing with consoles, which are hard to get. You're dealing with games that are challenging. Most people don't want to be challenged in that way for any meaningful amount of time. And you're dealing with a controller that for most people is incredibly off-putting. So if Jim Ryan is saying he wants his stuff to be ubiquitous with movies and television, I think that's possible, but he's going to have to get into the mobile business or steer PlayStation into the mobile business, because until you have low barrier of entry or no barrier of entry, and that includes difficulty, cost, hardware, controller, until you have all that, you're going to be limited, right? So it's like complaining that you know, not enough people are reading your bio or nonfiction book on the people who invented the chemical formula to make railroad tracks sustainable in the 1800s. It's like, well, yeah, because your product doesn't go mainstream like that. So, I mean, of course I like his idea, and I think ultimately video games will be the dominant art form, but I say in my video, it's going to be 500 years from now. You're going to have a very different definition of what a game is. So, yeah, race is a construct. True, racism is a construct. Prejudice is not. I learned that reading a book recently. You can't actually feel black, says Chester, because black isn't intrinsically anything beyond visual cues. I think the only time you can feel black is when you're listening to Bruno Mars. Oh, my God! Because I feel really black. I do like Bruno Mars and Earth, Wind, and Fire. Come on now, Chester. You got to give me that one. Let me be a black man just when I'm listening to Earth, Wind, and Fire. But yes, I mean, obviously, I agree with you. Of course. Well, it's not even, Tristan, what Google Stadia is trying to do. It's because Google Stadia still has the limits of you have to buy a specific gaming hardware. And you have the controller, and you still have difficult games, right? You have games where it's like, you literally have people on Twitter today being a bitch to me about, you're get good, Jeffy. You can't fucking deal with this game or that game. And it's like, okay, well, you know, trust me, if you want to expand the market, y'all ain't in the majority. Most people love interactivity. That's why people are addicted to the internet. But they don't like that level of challenge. Rob the Mod says, my mama wants a blue waffle hat. get your mama a blue waffle hat and you send her a picture with you and her, and I'll make that the opening of the show for a goddamn week, man. Danny Sullivan, what are you saying? Books will always be the top. Yeah, I fucking love books, man. I love them. Where did Chester, where'd you go, Chester? Good night, Jaffe and Chad. I'm gonna try to sleep. All right, good night, good sir. Yes, I've heard of Vigilante 8. I've played the first two, and I also played the Star Wars car combat game that was made by Luxoflux as well, who made Vigilante 8. So, hey, why is that up there? That's the wrong screen. I can't see shit. I need more dope. Hang on. I'm going to go get my dope. You're going to go smoke more dope? A little bit. Brian East, I don't agree. I don't agree at all. Did you get my Earth, Wind, and Fire joke? Come on, Chester. I don't get, come on now. Now I'm going to get canceled. To expand to mobile gaming, there needs to be a change in the perception of mobile gaming. See, mobile gaming is huge. There was a story last week that the Apple App Store makes 70% of their money off video games. And they make more than Nintendo, Microsoft, Activision, Blizzard, and Sony combined every year in video games than they do. So they could expand it more. But it's a hell of a lot bigger audience in console games. Tristan says, isn't the main barrier to entry through, though, the console? If that went away and streaming was good, the market is bigger. Absolutely. That is a big part of it. You have three parts of it. That's the least problematic, but it's a big one, which is, Jim Ryan's like, well, why can I listen to music and movies and stuff, but video games aren't as ubiquitous? Well, because I can listen to music on 20 devices in my home. I can watch, I literally had the Auburn game on my iPad yesterday, my TV in the living room, and my computer yesterday. But if I want to play, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, there's one way to do it right now. So certainly streaming is going to make a difference, but you also do have a controller issue. And the most important one is you have a challenge issue. I don't think hardcore games should ever go away any more than, really deep, difficult to understand and get your head around, but ultimately important movies should go away. But if you do want to become ubiquitous, like those other mediums, most songs, most albums, it's not like you have to get good to listen to the latest, Bruno Mars album. Earth, Wind, and Fire. God damn. Soul, there you go. Oh, you don't like Earth, Wind, and Fire? Oh, Chester, come on. Do you remember? 21st of September? Could I be more white saying that? Oh, that song is so good. And In the Stone, that trumpet part. Come on now, Chester. Damn. Dank Frank of the Cincinnati Frank says, good morning from Japan. I'm about to fly home to Europe. Happy to catch you live for once. I don't know why that's how Japanese people speak. Dank Frank, it is good to be here. Sure. Yet, Blake, it'll have a huge impact on the specific profits of the App Store, but just like we've been talking about, it won't have an impact on the amount of money being spent, right? The amount of money being spent on mobile games is the impressive part. The fact that Apple has all of it, that money's going to get dispersed to various people once the lawsuit comes through. But even so, that same amount of money is still being spent. It's just being spread differently. So it still works to explain how much more ubiquitous it is. Cell phone gaming. I don't really know Motley Crue all that well. I know John Nada that, and don't think John Nada. I don't see your obnoxious comments in my videos. I know who you are, but I'll answer this question because it's a good one. I know who all of you are for the most part. I read all the comments. Johnny Nada says, do you like Motley Crue? I like the stuff. I like, let's put it this way. I like more Poison songs than Motley Crue songs. I know they're probably not anywhere near as good of a band. I like more Guns N' Roses songs than I like Motley Crue songs. But I do like, like Kickstart My Heart's okay, and Dr. Feelgood's pretty good. And then I like Home Sweet Home, of course, but I was so sick of it because when I was a teenager, every day there would be the top 10 videos on MTV. This is back when they showed videos. And for like a year and a half, it was all these fucking teenage girls calling in and requesting that. And there were all these videos that I wanted to be number one. Like, I was a dork. I was like, it matters. It doesn't matter. But I was just like, oh, fuck. Home Sweet Home again. That fucking shot of the bus again. You know what I'm saying? Is Sony maybe barking up the wrong tree, says T. They appeal to a particular customer that is not hyper casual. I don't think Jim Ryan is suggesting. Jim Ryan's article is not, I want that market that TV and movies and music have, and so I'm going to change PlayStation. His argument was, if he made one, other than he was just wishing, it sounded like, but if he was making an argument, he was talking about he wants people at a much larger number to experience the quality products that he feels PlayStation first party makes. So I don't think it's all about, or even about, I want to make more money, so let me pivot what we do. It's more about what we do is great. How can we get more people engaged with it, basically. Jeffy, why do you think some people consider gamers that play only mobile games are not real gamers? Yeah, because they're fucking weird, man. Because people have a really weird psychological relationship with games, or there's a subset of gamers that do. I think most people who play games, they don't even, it's not an identity. They're just like, I play games and I watch movies and I do this and I do that. Even I am a gamer, but I don't consider myself culturally a gamer. I'm not like, that means something to me. I don't care. It's something I really like to do, so I do it. I think when you're getting into that sort of subculture of gamers, it's like, all these little subcultures gatekeep, right? I mean, all humans gatekeep, unfortunately, but that's kind of the way it is. That's why. NCAA Gamer, hello, sir. He says, were there cut content for Twisted Metal Black, like Axel Cage and Black missing? Oh, well, so I'll answer that question when I get back with more pot. One moment. Hang on a second. I'm just looking at this chat that just came through. What's the most underappreciated? Okay, I'll get pot. One second. Yes. Grindstone was awesome. NCAA, okay, so there were only two things that I recall, but I mean, that's what I'm saying. If I actually do the show, I would have Jeff Goldsmith, who was one of the writers, Martin Mercer, who was the storyboard artist and one of the writers, maybe Paul Jenkins, who wrote the dialogue. I'm sure there's things I'm forgetting, but the two I remember the most is that, three. There was a shot of the baby being drowned in the baptismal, which was awesome, and we had to cut that because it was deemed too offensive and gory. The preacher was a preacher, but we had to change him to not an evangelist, some kind of TV preacher or something, because we couldn't actually say he was religious because that would be offensive. And Bloody Mary, there was a shot we had to remove where Bloody Mary, when she was a little girl, took a pipe and slammed it into the face of this kid that was picking on her. And marketing was like, that's child-on-child violence. And I was like, did you just make that term up? I've never heard of that. So that is the answer. I'm going to bring in Cannibal Lecter. Cannibal Lecter, are you there?
Hello. Can you
hear me? Annie, are you okay? Yes, I can hear you, Cannibal. What's going on, good sir?
Good. How are you doing today?
I'm smoking the pot. Watch here.
That is awesome.
Here it comes.
Now, Jeffy, 2 points. I was listening in, and number one is in regards to the whole, the commentary in regards to who you are. And I read two very interesting things. Number one is it is very hard for a person to be rejected, specifically from family, from friends, and overall from society. And the other thing that I listening to psychologists is that they say that if we as a society learn how to forgive each other of who we are, there will be no need for psychologists. And at the end of the day, my commentary in regards to this whole discussions in relation to who we are and can we be accepted or not, just accepted who we are, and you shared your personal story, and the next day you just moved on. Life just continued on. And if we can just do that, I think it would be just better. So that's my commentary in regards to number one. Now, number two is the one that I want to have a discussion with you, and I think it would be more interesting. I was listening to the interview Jade Raymond, and there has been a discussion regards to what they're doing. And the strategy, it seems that Sony or PlayStation is currently implementing in regards to studio acquisitions is there's two things. You either acquire the talent or you acquire the IP. Now, with Deviation or with Haven, I think they're doing the really smart thing is like they're setting up these really famous, industry experts in a studio, but it hasn't been bought yet. But to be honest, to a certain extent, because the IP belongs to the PlayStation or the Sony, it kind of already did. But also, these individuals can go out to the talent market and say, we haven't been bought yet, but there's a possibility. So if you come into our studio, you can work as hard as you can, literally, to be honest, kill yourself in the process. And then there's a light at the end of the tunnel that Sony might pay us a big sums of money in terms of percentage, and we'll offer you shares when you join our team, and then go from there. So I think there's a rise of a different, that third strategy that is growing in terms of how do you acquire studios and talent and specifically IP. So I just want to have a commentary in regards to that. Yeah, you enjoyed that part? Hello? What did us? Hello, how are you doing today? I am at lunch.
I have no idea what you are talking about at all.
Really?
What did you ask me? What did you ask me? Don't do the whole thing. You are asking me. Let me see if I can remember. You said the first thing was about being canceled. I already forgot about that. What was the second thing you were talking about? Just give me the subject.
No, actually, the first thing isn't about being canceled. It's just being accepted who we are. And if we can do that, we just can move along.
Oh, I agree with that.
Yeah,
Okay,
the second thing is just in terms of, we always have a discussion in relation to the studio acquisitions and how things are going. What Jim Ryan is thinking of doing, and, what Phil Spencer had for dinner, and what Jaffe is smoking. I was just saying that it seems to be that there's a third type of strategy, and I think it has been already implemented many times, is that rather than creating a studio from the ground up, from internally, from PlayStation side, what they're doing is they would get a star developer. They would recruit, and of course during the recruiting process offer, share of the company to really good developers.
Sure, but the thing you have to... Oh, I tripped and disconnected him. Cannibal Lecter, I love you, buddy. Please always call the show. But I'm so high right now, and all I hear you saying, I literally have already forgotten what you've said. So here's the new rule, fellas. If you want response from me, I would love your calls. I would love your chats. But they have to be so simple questions. Otherwise, my brain won't be able to hang on to the subject. I want to say he's talking about acquisitions of video game companies. And I think that's a great topic. And I think we should absolutely talk about that when I'm not high as a goddamned kite. Am I right, Fred? 215? 215? Oh my God. So listen. I want to talk about. What do you want to talk about? What you tell me, San Diego? What do you want to talk about? It is currently 3:07 here in San Diego. It's a nice 86 degrees. The wind's coming in from the ocean, and we're sitting around high as a kite. San Diego, what's on your mind? Who do you want to talk about? Who do you want to send a request out to? I got a request right here from Elod Sheffer. He says, Dear Jaffe, I've had a crush for a long time on someone in your chat named Jojo D. I want to spank his bald head and lick it. Do you think he would allow me? I don't know, man. I think you got to put it out there like you just did. I hope. Oh, it says, next part says, please don't read this on the air. Sorry, pal. But that's how it works. You got to get the love out there. Did you ever have that? I had that. Who did I have that? Oh, I knew. I had that with a girl in high school. Oh, I loved her from afar. And I didn't have the balls at the time to go up to her and just say, hey, because think about that. You love somebody from afar. You go up and you say, hey, you don't love them. You don't get that far. But you are interested in someone from afar. And you go up and you tell them. And if they don't like you, it's quick to get over it. But in high school, junior high, you just let that shit simmer for a long time. Angela was her name. She played saxophone. And she was the bee's knees at the time. But I never had the courage to say anything so stupid. Ooh, make your head pop off. Now tell me this. I am nice, Danny Sullivan. I'm the nicest guy you know. Listen. How do you do that in this age of adults only communicating via the socials? How do you do what? Well, the dating pool, Chester, is small. And you just, look, there was a guy. Look, I don't know what happens to him afterwards. But there was a guy named Mitch in junior high. And he looked like Mel Gibson. He had the Mel Gibson hair and he played the drums. Really? How is that fair? Right? There's another guy named Wade. He was the quarterback. He was good looking. He was smart. And he was nice, the fucker. How is that fair? You shouldn't be able to roll 18s in all your categories, fellas. It's not goddamn fair. It's just not goddamn fair, and I won't put up with it anymore. And then the rest of us just got to work a lot harder. So hopefully they grew up and were miserable. Terrible to say. It's terrible to say. Don't say that. Jaffe, we need you to meme review. Do a meme review? Well, I don't know. Send me something. I'll look at it. Angela, would I rather be Hideo Kojima or would I rather be Jeff Bezos? I mean, permanently, I would probably... Oh, God, man. I guess I'd rather be Kojima. I don't want to be either one of them. But if I had to choose a lot, I would choose Kojima for sure. Because I think Bezos... Because, if you're saying be them, could I be them at... Oh, Margot Robbie's Dazzler in the next X-Men movie? I don't like that. I'd rather have Taylor Swift in there. They need to remake The Bodyguard with Taylor Swift and The Rock. Anyway, I want to go back to this. If I could be Jeff Bezos, but I could still be me, and I could change, things, then are you goddamn crazy? Of course. Then I would like take all that money and do stuff with it that I considered charitable and good and healthy, and I'd make employees' lives better. But if I have to be the person they are, my guess is that Hideo Kojima, as fucked up as he is probably not as fucked up as Jeff Bezos. I don't think you can do, assuming that what Jeff Bezos is working for him is like, for some people is true. I wouldn't want to be that kind of person. I can't answer that a lot. You have to be more specific. Would I rather be Bezos' ex-wife or Kojima's ex-employer? Do I have to carry around the memories of having sex with Jeff Bezos? Like, am I his ex-wife, or am I a woman with billions of dollars? I would not go into space if I was Jeff Bezos. I would fund it, and I would do a search of scientists and other people that maybe weren't as fortunate as I, but would actually benefit humanity more going up into space. But when Bezos does it, it just looks egotistical. So my favorite movie, Jordan, I mean, I have so many. It depends the mood I'm in. If I had to choose one to watch over and over, I mean, I don't know. I love Raiders of the Lost Ark with all my heart and soul. But I also love Back to the Future, and I love The Empire Strikes Back, and I love, the movie that probably has changed my life the most was a movie called, it was a documentary called The Minimalist, which isn't like a great motion picture show, but it's what it got into my brain and stuck in my brain. Was pretty good. Back for Blood. We tried to play that, and it was good. I should go back and play it. I liked it. I didn't love it, but I liked it. I wonder if Rick Rando is watching the stream. If he is, I'll answer your question on the stream, but I don't want to answer it off the stream just because I'm doing the stream. Favorite shows? I loved all the Marvel shows. I finished What If. I'm currently... What am I watching right now? We just finished watching Atypical, which was fantastic. I don't know. I can't... I'm too high to think about what I'm watching right now. I don't listen to Frank Zappa. I don't really know anything about him. I know about his daughter because she did that song. Bacon Magma, thoughts on the Fury Wilder fight? Let me just tell you something. I didn't watch it. I watched some of the highlights. I know people are saying it's the goddamn fight of the century. Maybe if you watch the whole thing, it feels that way. It doesn't compare to this bare knuckle fight I saw two women doing I saw it last week, that one of my friends on Facebook, actually Doc from the Tester season 1, is a Facebook friend, and he had it on his channel, and I'm like, what's he talking about? What is this? And I was like, holy shit! There's these two ladies, and they didn't have, I didn't even know they did legal bare knuckle fighting, and it was these two ladies, and they were pounding the fuck out of each other, and blood was just gushing everywhere. Like when they went to their corners between rounds, the ladies, one lady had a gash above her eye that was just water falling blood out of the cut. Grave Doll.
What's up, Jaffe? Hail Ratma.
Oh, wasn't that movie good?
Let's talk about it. Have you seen all the other VHSs?
Never seen a VHS movie until yesterday when I saw VHS 94. Hail Ratma was probably the first. Okay, I didn't necessarily get the bookend. I understood it, but I was like, what? Why do they have airplanes in here? I didn't get that. Ratma was good, and the one with the vampires were good at the end, but the best were the two in the middle. The one in the funeral home, and then the guy who created the robots. Whoo, lordy, man, and the gore in that show was great. Great.
Absolutely fantastic. If you haven't watched the other ones, do check out VHS 1 and 2. The third one is a little bit, it's okay, but if you like the vibe of the rest of them, go through with it.
Okay.
But yeah, let's talk about the subjects. I know you mentioned on Twitter that was your favorite one. That was the third one. That, of course, it's the Indonesian one is the best one.
Oh,
Their
it was
horror game is
so
off the fucking charts.
good.
But that universe is ripe for creating a new miniseries and a full-length movie.
Yes.
The perspective of this captured woman, spoilers a little bit, and just seeing this absolute monstrosity tear through it, and a little bit of empathy she does receive from that one journalist cop or camera cop.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a horror version of RoboCop in some ways, but I thought it was really cool.
Exactly, and I also thought too the vampire one at the very end. It was an excellent spin. I'm vampired out personally, but seeing what this blood does in the sun as compared to other vampire properties that we've seen has just been fucking hilarious. The references to Clinton, the fact that it ties in at the very end to the whole overarching story of that SWAT team going into that facility.
I watched the whole thing, so I mean I enjoyed all of them, and I thought the Ratma thing was good. Maybe if you're used to the VHS movies, a lot of them, because it was the first VHS movie I've seen, I was kind of taken aback by the way it ended, because I was like, oh, there's no closure here. I guess so what,
Sometimes you just won't get it.
Right. And so, but I loved it. I thought it was great. It was fantastic.
Well, you got a treat of two other movies to go through with VHS 1 and VHS 2. 2 is probably my favorite of all of the ones I've seen. But it'll be a good kind of actually segue into my next question, is that I love found footage horror. It's my favorite kind of subgenre of horror. It can be done to death. The tropes are there, the present. Do you like it? What are your thoughts on it? Where did you see the first Blair Witch as a whole? Let's talk about that.
Well, so Blair Witch, man. Blair Witch, I'm trying to remember where I know how Blair Witch worked. So we were at Sony Santa Monica. That was the first found footage. I mean, if
the first big one.
If you want to go back, I mean, the first one I remember was actually a show that scared the shit out of me on TV back in the 80s. It was 1984. And I think it was called Special Bulletin. And it was basically done like a news report. And it was the TV movie of the night or the week on ABC or whatever. And even though they kept breaking in and making it clear it was a movie, when you're a young kid, it's hard to tell the difference. It was very War of the Worlds. And it was like a group of terrorists had taken over this boat in, I think it was Tennessee or North Carolina, and they had a nuke. And at the end, they actually set off the nuke. And it was just terrifying for me as a kid. But after that, it was Blair Witch. And so Blair Witch, I remember going down to I'm trying to remember the name of the theater right by the entrance to the 405 off Santa Monica Boulevard. They were always doing a lot of the the quirky movies and all that, midnight movies. But anyway, that's where it was showing. And I went to get tickets for me and a bunch of the Sony Santa Monica crew, and it was line around the block 3 times. And it was like, there's no fucking way. Like, you could not get in to see it because everybody was talking about it. And then someone at the office, I forget who it was, got themselves a bootleg copy of it on VHS.
Oh, even better.
Yeah,
Holy
so
fuck.
We went home, me and my wife at the time went home, and we watched it at home. And I thought it was great, especially the very end, where she's just standing in the corner like that. I'm just like, oh, that's creepy as fuck, man.
Didn't show a monster. They never showed anything, really. It was left up to the imagination. Do you know much about the production of Blair Witch?
No, but there's a reason.
Go on.
I don't want to. I don't care.
That's fair. All right. We'll leave it. Here's my last question for you then.
But I would tell you, and also Paranormal Activity, which was directed by, a guy who used to be a video game programmer here in Sony San Diego, which blows my mind.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. And I used to have a house that looked just like the Paranormal Activity house, and he lived where I live. And part of me was like, I wonder if they shot that, in that house. But anyway, I love that. But I know there's a new Blair Witch coming out in a couple of weeks.
There's a new Paranormal Activity coming out in a couple of weeks.
Oh, it's not a Blair Witch? Okay. And that's on Paramount TV, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that and Halloween kills or whatever. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that one. But I don't watch tons of found footage because I watch horror, but I have to wait and hear somebody tell me it's good before I don't have a craving for found footage. I have a craving for horror. And if it happens to be found footage, that's great.
So let me just end on this then. What can we, the followers of Jaffe, be expecting for the rest of October for spooky horror-related content? Are you going to be doing anything special with us?
Oh, yes. Well, I don't know what yet. I have a couple of things we're planning. I know I'm going to bring a woman on for an interview who...
Jamie Lee Curtis.
No. You don't know her, but she writes to serial killers in prison, and they write back. So she's got letters from Charles Manson. She's got letters from the BTK killer. Just wrote her a couple of nights ago, and they've sent her origami and paintings. So she's going to come on this month, hopefully, and we're going to talk to her. We're going to do a Halloween special, as we always do. Some people want to do like a scary story night, but it depends if we have enough.
I got a ghost story.
As long as we have some good ones. So I'll you know what I want to see? I want to see The Lamb, but I don't want to go out to the motion picture show. I want that to be at home. I hear that's really creepy, man.
You can find some resources online.
I can't do it. Karma's real.
That's fair.
Even if it's not real, yeah. So all right, man. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
Pleasure.
See you, dude.
See ya.
So that's the story of that. Jaffe, thoughts on the government giving out free sex toys since they can most likely benefit your mind? And sure, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Not the Burger King killer, the BTK killer is what this person was called, I believe. Not okay. Should we play a video game or should we keep talking? I don't know. I don't know what makes the most sense. Should we keep talking? Or should we play a video game? I don't know. My brain right now is floating. That's nice. I think we have to understand. Okay, what do we want to play? Oh, I don't want to play what are you thinking about? Mud and water. There's Rob the mod. Rob, when are you going to send us a picture of your mom wearing the blue waffle hat? Okay. Hey, Stoner Joe. How you doing, pal? Oh, thank you, Stoner Joe. Thank you for the crazy sunglasses. What? Stoner Joe just put a message in the Discord. Oh, well, I'm glad you're doing okay today, Stoner Joe. Jaffe will get up to the first Emmy. Oh, I can show you that game. I'm playing Metroid now, but I don't like it all that much. I would love a Doctor Strange game, Wingaticus. But thanks, Stoner Joe. I appreciate that, buddy. What's a good game to put on while stoned? Probably. I mean, Gas Station Simulator is not too bad. Death Stranding. I'll put on Little Nightmares, Ricardo. Yeah, VHS is good people, man. Oh, God. Weapon Wheel Podcast. What a bunch. I'll tell you what, Crazed Assassin. If you're watching Weapon Wheel Podcast, you tell them to put me in their Discord. I'm going to call into their show. I'll still keep this stream running. He says, Weapon Wheel Podcast is taking your comments on difficulty out of context and saying you should stop playing video games because they're too hard for you. What a bunch of maroons. What a bunch of maroons. Yeah, VHS is a found footage horror series. It's on Shudder. Yeah, it's only on Shudder. It's fucking Halloween, man. Give them, it's $5. Give them $5 of your duck instead. Get Shudder. It's great. It's great. Weapon. I don't like those Weapon Wheel guys. That's the truth, though. I don't think they like me either, but I don't like them. That's okay. I have to like everybody. My mama said that's okay. She liked everybody, though. She was always a sweet lady. Now she's not. She might still be. I don't know what happens when we die. I don't know. I have theories. I have a couple theories. Since the 40s. Okay, what do I want to play? Maybe let's start with that. Jaffe, what do you want to play? I saw her special, Jojo D. She does look pretty fucking good, Elvira, but it was a terrible special. It was super boring. Metroid? I don't like Metroid. It's boring. Industrio. What's that, Robert? The fuck is BB and Tina? The fuck is BB and Tina? I never even heard of BB and Tina. What the fuck is that? Death Stranding? Oh, I know, Rathy. I find them obnoxious. I just find the whole weird fucking gamer culture. And if you're not a gamer, if you're not hardcore, it's like, shut up. Fuck off. Stoner Joe, thank you, buddy. He says, could use something, man. Advice, guidance, how, man, ugh. Caveman. What advice do you need? And I will dispense that advice to you, good sir. Happy to do it. Well, you know, it'll be sort of, I don't know if it's good advice, but I will dispense it. I want to talk to these Weapon Wheel guys. Oh, God. Oh, God. Weapon Wheel, please. Ugh. You got to get your clicks, baby. You got to get your clicks. Do your thing. Do your thing. Metroid, I like it enough, I guess, but I'm kind of over it. I'm kind of bored of it. You know, although I mean, it's not bad. Lunar says keep going. It's my game of the year so far. I mean, the movement is great. It's very fluid. There's a precision requirement of that character that I don't like, simply because I think I'm playing on the whatever, the Joy-Cons, and these are really tiny. So when you're trying to get her to balance on platforms and shit, sometimes that's a kind of a pain. Like, you got to be super fucking careful. I like it, but I did finish Pumpkin Jack. That game was great. But I'm not like super into it. I think it's fine. But I can't imagine it unless I go back to it and it gets phenomenal in the next hour. When I go back to it, I don't think that I'll be going back to it, but I don't know. We'll see. Lord Garth says, if you're stoned, play the Eternal Cylinder. What is that? Right, Gabrielle. It's funny how gamers have turned into weightlifting bullies. Do you even lift, bro? Did you even beat Dark Souls? But it's funny because at least somebody who lifts weights can probably beat the shit out of you. Somebody who beat Dark Souls, I'm like, okay, well, you know, and I say this as a fat guy, It's like the biggest fear I have is they're going to get the last slice of pizza. I mean, what do I give a shit that you beat Dark Souls for? Yeah, I should get a different controller. I don't have a pro controller for the Switch because I rarely play Switch. The last time I was seriously into Switch was Hyrule Field last year. Blake, you're digging Metroid. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll get a controller first. Maybe I'll go back to it. But yeah, I don't really understand the posturing these video game folks do. I find it, as the kids say, I find it cringe, if I might. Well, Grave Doll, Lord have mercy. I'm looking at the weapon wheel stuff. Ugh, morons. Anyone wants to see true life horror, look up Worm. It will give you nightmares. No way. I already looked up Blumpkins and Blue Waffles for this stream. I think that's about all I got the stomach for. The 8-Bit Pro 2 is the controller I'm using. Okay, I'll look at it. I did play Inside. I liked it Midnight. I thought it was great. I never finished it, but I liked it. Hello, Mr. Mass Produce. How's production going? Holy shit, you guys. Somebody go tell the Weapon Wheel that they should bring me on their show. I'll get on their fucking show. I'll talk to them. Oh, Kotaku basically saying that you should pirate games. I saw a part of that. I haven't read the actual article, but yeah, I don't know, man. I think, I don't know, man. Kotaku's hard to understand right now because they have a new editor-in-chief, and I don't know what her thesis is yet. I would love to play Lollipop Chainsaw, but I can't get it. I don't know what her agenda is in terms of, if it's like, if you can start to look at Kotaku like you look at like the what is it, like in the UK, like is it the Daily Sun or something, and it's just like a dumb tabloid, but everybody knows where to put it. It's a fun, guilty read, as they say. Sure, but I think if Kotaku's really trying to justify piracy, I'm not worried about that, Crazed Assassin, because I don't have a dog in the fight. I just want to make sure my view is being represented. I do have my own thoughts on piracy. What I'm saying, though, is that are they doing it to sort of be shocking and that's kind of their new brand, or are they doing it because they genuinely believe it? David Sears, I think David Sears is one of the best, most unsung game designers on the planet. I tried to hire him for God of War, but he went to Zipper and worked on SOCOM. I didn't know he's coming back and working on SOCOM, but I think that would be a really interesting conversation for the people at Sony to have with him if he's interested. You can't get Lollipop Chainsaw if it has a backwards compatibility on X. Really? Oh, but I have to buy a copy. Yeah, I don't want to buy a physical copy. If I could download it, I would. Well, no, that's not true, Jack. They didn't just say that it ran nicely emulated. Didn't they also have a section where they literally talked about pirating? I saw somebody extract it and circle it on the Twitters. No, I don't support the free Activision codes I get, Bacon, are from this guy I know who works at Activision. So he's got his own stash that he's allowed to give out. The dudes in the podcast are like, what has Jaffe done lately? The man... I'm gonna tweet this guy. I'm gonna tweet at him. What's his name? Weapon Wheel? Broken Gamer. That's who he is. Okay. Broken Gamer. HD? How do I do his name? What's his name? That's not how you find someone's name. You have to search it, man. You have to search his name on the Twitter. Broken Games. Oh, with a Z. It's the Z that makes it art. Broken Games. HDR. Is that right? Am I doing it all right? Woo! There it is. Isn't that the guy who runs it? Okay, there we go. I said, hey, put me on your show. Let's talk about what I've done lately. I'm ready. Shoot me an invite to your Discord. We'll see what he says. Fun. What's it like to smoke a real pipe? I smoked my dad's pipe when I was a kid once or twice, and I enjoyed it. I mean, it's the pipes smell really good, and I enjoy them. That's all I have to say about that. Yeah, put me on your show, says Arthur Morgan, like in the tweet. You goddamn right. You goddamn right. But I don't like to smoke. Like the pod, every now and then I'll do it, but but I wouldn't want to get into a regular smoking habit, because that, yeah. Oh, yeah. So I'm high right now. I'm insanely high. So I tweeted him out. I haven't heard back from him. We're currently flying over Grand Canyon. Oh, God, Jack Green, I'll tell you what. He says, hey, what are your thoughts on GTA Remaster? Look, unless it's a nostalgia play, like unless you buy that game for nostalgia, which I get, I can appreciate that. I just kind of look at it and go, why would anybody want to go back and play those games? They're so long, man. They're so fucking long. Gas station game. Hey, Dustin, Hadid. Soon. I miss playing it. I'll play it soon. I might even play it today. I'm not sure yet. Think about it. Kratos Sweet Tooth will last for another 100 years. Oh, I know. My favorite food. My favorite food is probably Indian food. Hang on. Broken Gamer wants me to follow him. Okay. Here we go. Well, Rob, put the link up there, baby. I'm a self-hating gamer. Well, it happens. How do we give recommendations on games you should play? What the fuck is BB and Tina? I don't believe that's a real fucking game. I think you're making that shit up. Kiarash, and I'm not blowing you off, I'm just high. but I'm more than happy to answer that question. But first, what I would recommend is there's a couple of videos on my channel under game design where I literally talk about just that. I highly recommend watching that. And if you still have questions, then yes, absolutely hit me back. All right, I got a Discord. Let's see if this is going to work. See, I might need to put you on this one and not this one. Okay, so what do I do? Okay. So listen, Stoner Joe, I see you there. I will bring you in. I want to talk to these guys first. But I don't know where I put myself. Where are you chatting? Okay. Oh, there we go. All right, chat. Let me know if you can hear these guys. Okay. Thanks, Stoner Joe. I'll get you, buddy.
Oh, there you go.
Oh my God!
Now look.
To end this real quick, like I said, I don't care how anybody spends their money. It's just if you want to see more of a product, that product needs to be supported.
You goddamn right. Shut up. I saw your fucking tweet. You don't go 5 fucking minutes without saying God of War. Look, and I'm live streaming right now my show, and I got people saying the Weapon Wheel podcast is saying Jaffe has, and I'm high as a goddamn kite right now. Let's be clear. He's saying Jaffe hadn't done shit in a long time, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, motherfucker, A, what the fuck have you ever done? That's A. My games will live on after all of us are fucking dead. That's number one.
I know how to cash a check.
What's that?
I know how to cash a check.
Yeah, I do too. I learned that when I was 12. Who gives a shit?
Okay, cool.
We all know how to cash a check. Who cashes checks anymore? You don't have direct deposit?
It's a metaphor.
It's a dumb one.
Okay. Go ahead. Okay, Jaffe.
Right now.
So Jaffe. So go ahead and tell us what are your achievements recently that we should care about as consumers. Go ahead. I'm intrigued.
Well, shut the fuck up and I'll tell you. But when you say consumers,
don't talk to BG like that, Jaffe. What's wrong with you? Go ahead.
I know. I got a picture of a little boy crapping on my Twitter that he put up, sitting at a desk with his veins popping, going, Jaffe can't go 5 minutes without talking about God of War. What's wrong with me? I'm calling to respond. But okay, so when you say why should you care as consumers, my first question is consumers of what?
Well, video games.
Well, okay. Number one, I don't really care if you care, but number two, I do a show, I do videos, I do a podcast. People who seem to like it seem to come to it because they value my insight into the industry based on having worked in it and been very successful in it for 20-something years. They seem to value my ability to communicate, my open-mindedness, and my genuineness. So if you are saying why should you consume my current product, which is sort of streams and Twitches and whatnot, that would be why. Is that what you were asking?
Here's what I was saying.
Oh, okay. You want to
let me not speak.
Give it another shot. Yeah.
I feel like you ride your achievements from like 20 some odd years ago.
Explain to me. Explain to me how.
Bruh, like
don't
Jaffe,
bruh me.
You
Explain.
do, everything you do, you mentioned.
EG, don't back down from this dude, man. Let that man Jaffe.
Jaffe, here's what I feel you. I feel like if you walked into a restaurant and there's a line, I feel like you would tell niggas you made God of War.
I would never.
Just to get to the front of the line. And most would be like, okay, the fuck? Like,
you can feel that way, but I can assure you I've never behaved that way in my life. Even back when I was a big shot in the industry, which I'm more than... I got out of the industry on my own. There's a lot of folks that say that sort of spin this narrative that I somehow was removed from the industry. I literally I still work in the industry, by the way. I mean, I still get paid to work with movie games right now, but that's just because it's sort of a part-time thing I do, and I like those guys. But I turned down a directing job about 6 months ago. But
really?
Yeah, really, because it was for money from China, and I'm not going to work with that shit, okay? But that said, though, or from the Chinese government, but that said, though, Are you asking what, I have never behaved that way, even when I was sort of one of the most well-known game designers on the planet. I don't give a fuck about that. I walked away from the industry because I wasn't connected with the audience as much as I used to be. I didn't enjoy it as much as I used to do. And now I'm loving what I'm doing now. So are you asking...
What's something that you've made recently that we should care about?
I put
as
out...
consumers of video games. That's my point.
You ain't see that last video he uploaded? That was an amazing video. Go ahead, Jackie.
I heard everything, and then I heard somebody else speak, and I don't know what he was saying.
All I'm saying is, as we are consumers of video games, and
as am I.
Made. Okay, and my point is, what's something you have made that we should care about as consumers of video games?
He's asking, what have you done for him recently, basically?
Yes, what have you done for us lately?
As what? So the only thing I've created in the last 3 years are my streams and my videos, right? So, right. And I've told you why the people who come and spend money and spend time with me on those think it is of value. Now, I'm
glad they do.
Well, yeah, I am too. I assume people who come watch your shit feel the same way. So, yeah. I mean, if you're talking about that content, I've already answered that. It's insight based on actually having connections and knowledge and firsthand knowledge of creating in that world. It's genuineness, it's connection, and it's open-mindedness, right? So that's why they should care. If they care about those things, they should listen to what I'm doing and see if they like it. I'm not quite sure where the question's coming from. Are you? Because it sounds like you can't tell me you're so moronic that what you're really trying to frame is a question that says, Jaffe, you haven't made a great hit game in a long time, according to me, and thus why should I listen to you about video games? Because if you're actually asking that question, my follow-up question to you would be, you ain't never made shit. You've never made a video game. Why is anybody listening to you?
I'm not a video game developer. I'm not supposed to make them. You are.
I was, and now I'm not. Now I do this. When I was a video...
Okay, so all my point is, as a video game developer, you are completely irrelevant to us.
I am not a video game developer anymore. However, that is...
Okay, so you're
he's a content creator.
So you're irrelevant to us.
Oh, you're in our arena now, Jaffe.
That's right. That's absolutely right.
I do not care about your accomplishments outside of video game development.
But okay,
and your accomplishments in video game development were 20 years ago. Okay. So therefore, you are irrelevant to me. That's all I'm saying.
But I don't care if I'm irrelevant to you. Who the fuck are you?
But you came in here and wanted to address it.
Okay, because you're talking shit. So I came in here.
You talk shit on Weapon Wheel.
Wait, Jackie,
I have never talked shit about Weapon Wheel. What I have said about Weapon Wheel. Run the tape. Find the tape. I guarantee you.
Jackie,
let me
ask you something.
I said there were 1 second. I said there was really weird communication when you had me on your show, and thus I backed out of that show because I was like, I thought this was going to be some kind of one-on-one interview or something, and you guys were talking about Control, and I'm like, I haven't played Control. That's the only thing I've ever said bad about Weapon Wheel.
I'm pretty sure I never posed it as an interview.
Jackie, let me ask you something.
Go ahead.
What's really going on here?
I'm high as
because I don't believe for a second that this is a you were hoping for a one-on-one discussion or something with Weapon Wheel or something like that.
Wait. Are you talking about what I was referring to from a year ago, or are you talking about right now?
No, because even randomly, it'll be some random stream. He'll be like, hey, we'll get random comments from people. Be like, yo, man, he's still talking trash about Weapon Wheel and saying this and that. Well, what's going on, Jack?
Show me what I'm more than happy. I'm more than happy to talk about it.
When you was on Zaire podcast, you made a comment like, I thought I was on Weapon Wheel right now. Some shit like that.
You've done that multiple times in the past as well.
There is absolutely nothing I will backtrack from. If I've said it, I've said it. But you need to give me specifics.
I just told you.
Yeah, but wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Whooping your ass right now. What's up?
Wait a minute. I got to respond. You didn't just tell me. You told me the follow-up or the punchline. I think I'm on Weapon Wheel, but what came before it?
I don't know the conversation.
Well, okay, then I can't. Okay, but there's a great.
You did say that though, correct?
It would not surprise me if I said that, but did what come before that? Me telling Z, it's like, dude, I don't know why you had me on the show. I feel like
Z.
he was saying it was on Next Gen 720.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So I'm like going, what was I responding in that way because Z was talking about something? I'm like, why am I on this show? Or was I trying to take the piss? I don't know what the context was, but I'm not going to walk that back.
Somebody had made like a joke. I think
it's not the first time though. That wasn't the first
all
time.
All I'm asking
several
you.
Times.
Well, okay, and that we can talk about, but all I'm asking you to do, if you want to bring that up, like it's some kind of evidence of some such, I need some details. You're not saying, Jeffy, you went on this guy's podcast and you said you hate everybody on the weapon wheel and you wish they died. I'm like, oh, let's talk about that, but I don't know what you're specifically referring to.
I don't have them say it because when you say it, people run to me. They pretty much run to me. They say, "Hey, well, Jaffe talking about Weapon Wheel again." I'm like, okay, let him do that. He's a content creator now. He needs something to do. He hasn't made a game.
Well,
I remember one of the clips
gassing you, BG.
One of the clips you were like, I was on this awful podcast or something. I don't remember the exact context of how you got there, but I do remember that quote 100%.
All I said about that is what I already said a couple of minutes ago, which was basically that I thought it was a very different thing, and I'm just sitting there. And usually when you invite somebody on your show, and look, I've never watched Weapon Wheel until that day. So I didn't know I assumed it was like any other invite. I didn't necessarily mean it's got to be, now we're going to shine a light and be all over David Jaffe, and it's about that, and my ego was hurt. It was more, you can go back and watch the show. I was on there for about 40 minutes, and you guys were talking, I think, for a while about Xbox because they hadn't announced specs or something like that. And then it got to Control. And it wasn't like the host, whoever the host of that show is, was going, okay, we have this guest on, and we brought him on for a reason because he has experience with XYZ. Let's talk to Jaffe. Jaffe, what do you think?
We did.
No, you didn't. Go back and show it.
We brought on the podcast.
And treated you like a regular person.
You have an issue. I've heard you say this before. You have an issue that you think I'm pushing back because I wasn't treated special. I don't mean that. What I mean is, for example, I have a woman coming on my stream in October, and her claim to fame is she basically corresponds with serial killers in jail, and they respond to her, right? And so she's basically has BTK letters, she has Charles Manson letters. I'm not going to have her on and then play Control and be upset because she's like, why did you have me on your show? I thought you wanted to talk about serial killers.
Let me talk to you because I don't know if you're smoking some type of synthetic weed right now and you can't remember.
We did have you. Right now.
We did have you on the podcast for a specific reason. You called Jack Move a dummy because he was complaining about PlayStation games going to the PC and stuff like that. Yeah, moron.
Okay, so
the dude that made my favorite game series called me a goddamn moron.
You are a goddamn moron. You are a goddamn moron. You are a goddamn moron if you think that's a bad move for Sony. All that does is put.
But look though. I understand what you're saying, but look though, you also a moron if you came on a gaming podcast and got upset when we was talking about gaming topics. You see what I'm saying?
No,
Jeffrey, what's going on, man?
No.
And that's where I bring up the what have you done for me lately?
Okay,
because
we can have that.
Be real with you. I'm not bringing you on this podcast to talk about anything like about you because you haven't done nothing. So it's about the topics.
And that's great, but I need to understand. Look, you guys bring up Weapon Wheel podcast like it's the fucking Oprah show. I don't know what your fucking show is. I don't know what your format is.
We popping. Just know that.
I don't even.
It's on the video description.
I remember the DM.
Did you just say it was on the video description?
Look at it right now. 5, 6. They're always there.
I don't watch your fucking show. I literally got a fucking Discord.
You don't need to watch it to read the description.
To do what?
I don't watch your shit.
I don't need to watch.
You don't need to watch to read the. What are they talking about?
Why would I ever see that though? I don't watch the show. I'm not watching your show now.
On. You didn't.
Hold on. Let me answer you.
Goodness.
So you had never done like a traditional gaming podcast up until that point? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
I had done ones where it had been, hey Jaffe, like, so for example, I have a guy tomorrow who does some kind of funny content, and he's like, Jaffe, can you come on my podcast tomorrow, right? The guy's name is he's been on my show. I forget his name. But he's going to come on the show, or I'm going to come on his show. Well, I'm assuming Because he invited me. He's going to have like hey, Jeffy, we wanted to talk to you today about XYZ. And then at the end of that, if he's like, Jeffy, now's the part where we just talk about video game news. I've either prepared you for that. I've given you a list of things. Like when I was on Weekend Confirmed and stuff, they said, all right, here are the 3 things we're going to be talking about this week, which had nothing to do with me, but I knew that was their format and we prepared for it. Or it's like, hey, Jeffy, we've already dealt with what you want to deal with, or for you, because we were bringing you on Weapon Wheel to talk about Kid Smooth being a moron. And now that that's done, we're going to shift to the news. Do you want to hang out and talk to us? But nothing. So your issue here and my issue here is not that I didn't want to be treated like a quote regular person, whatever the fuck that means. The issue was that you have a really hard time explaining to the guests that you've booked what their job is going to be. And so it was bad communication.
Hold on. I disagree, because we've had several people on this, like several people we actually interviewed, and they were very clear it was an interview.
I see the disconnect.
You've been the only person that was confused about this.
Because I
remember this podcast.
Okay, fine. So the only thing so great. So I was confused by it. What do I care? I was confused by it, and it was so I got bored and I left. That's the only thing I've ever said. If I've ever said something like, "Oh my God, I sound like I'm on Weapon Wheel," it's the same kind of sort of stupid, silly jokes that we all do online. But I don't genuinely have a problem with you guys unless you're literally having a problem with me. Then I can create one.
These guys love you, Jeffy. I'm trying to tell you.
I see the issue, BG. I think what happened was I do remember, because when BG have guests, he usually do say, "All right, we finna start talking about news topics. You can leave if you want. You can stick around." I think he did do that. But I think the problem is you didn't send them the topics we was talking about after that. I think that's where the confusion is coming from.
Yeah, I like I said, I've been on podcasts and shows before where they're like, hey, these are our topics, and I'm like, cool. I'd love, you know.
I'm pretty sure I did in the DM prior to the show, but listen, I don't want no beef. I heard you say
we don't have to have
PlayStation.
Beef,
you know where the bodies are buried at PlayStation.
Yeah,
I know you got.
Why was that
guy with the smoke?
Why was that so bad that I said that? People seem really upset that I said I know where the bodies are buried.
No. Listen. No, I'm not upset about it. It's just that you serious about your shit. So like, I'm not gonna mess with a guy who know where the bodies are buried. That's what I'm saying.
We all know where various bodies are buried, and I also said that I said that because I was emotional and I would never actually reveal those things, and I wouldn't. But
so you're serious?
What?
You're serious
about what?
Bodies.
I'm serious about the
PlayStation secrets.
I'm serious about the metaphor of bodies. I don't actually know where people have been murdered and hidden in concrete cornerstones.
I thought we had a scoop here. Okay.
No. Well, no, not that kind of scoop. No.
Do you have any information that you could possibly blackmail somebody from PlayStation? I'm just curious.
Yes.
Ooh.
Nice.
Damn. Now that's
what you disclose.
Right here on Weapon Wheel Podcast, episode 300. David Jaffe is about to disclose the
I
secrets he knows that somebody at PlayStation.
No, I never said. I would never say them. I would never say them because they're not my secrets to reveal. It's not like I know someone who did something illegal and I'm refusing to go to the cops for political reasons. But I absolutely know things that could be very damaging. But you know, I'm not saying that as a threat. I'm just saying that as, you know, when I did that video, I said, I even bookended it. I said, I'm going to talk practically at first, and then I'm going to talk emotionally. And when I was done talking emotionally, which is where all that was, I said, okay, now I'm back to practical. I would never actually do those things, but that's how sad and mad and upset I am about this.
Okay, so Jeffy, I don't got no real issues with you. It was just that, you know, you sent a few shots our way. I got to send some back. That's all it really is. I got to send some shots.
And I respect that. And I think one day you guys will be big enough that you can afford to hire a booker who's...
Here comes Tony.
God damn right.
Cool.
Why don't you smoke pot with me right now? Let's go. Although my pot,
I've actually never smoked in my life.
What you trying to get into? Wait a minute.
I've never smoked in my life.
You've never smoked in your life? That's a bad move.
Smoked.
Why not?
I'm more of a wine drinker.
Why?
Yeah, I'm more of a wine drinker.
But I've had wine before. Why haven't you had pot before?
I just don't like the concept of inhaling
my house smell,
you know, some type of substance that goes in my lungs.
Why not? Well, get where do you live? What part of the world?
I'm in New York.
Is it legal? Just go get an edible.
I've had edibles. Like I don't see that's the thing. I don't have a problem with
DG,
like
you do you.
I have a problem with
the
with how you consume it. Edibles I've definitely taken.
Yeah, Jeffy, this is not a platform for you to push some type of drug propaganda. What's wrong
It's
with
not
you?
propaganda. I'm pushing back against the man, the patriarchy, big pharma.
I've been high on this podcast before. Edibles.
You goddamn right. You goddamn right.
What does the patriarchy have to do with edibles and weed and drugs?
It has to do with big pharma, which is mostly controlled by a bunch of old white men. That basically, if look, there is no reason on God's green earth that every state in this fucking union should not have something like marijuana legalized.
So here's my question: why do we have to call it the patriarchy? Why can't we just call it what it is? Old white men.
Because that's what the patriarchy means.
No, that's not what patriarchy means.
That is, yes, but that's what I didn't say. That
patriarchy exists in Japan, all across the world. Right. Why can't we just call it what it is?
Going off the
white men.
I got a question. I got a real question for Jaffe before he decides to dip out. Whenever you want to dip out, is up to you.
I'm going to dip out in just a second. So get your last licks in, you motherfuckers.
I want you to answer a question. I want you to go deeper into how you feel. About this Twisted Metal situation.
Yes.
It's rumored to be made by Lucid.
You're talking about the game, not the show. Okay.
Well, and I've heard you're consulting on the show. True or false?
Not true. I've had conversations with them, and I talked to them 2 weeks ago, but I'm not a consultant, no.
Okay.
Did they hit you up at least, or what?
Yeah, they've been great. They've hit me up, and they've called me when big things happen. So yeah, I have zero problem with that. I've made it clear to them that I'm there. If they need me, they probably don't because they've got some incredibly talented people on board. I don't necessarily know if the show will work or not, but that's not because there's any issue, but because you never know if something's going to work or not. But I think there's a lot of talent on that team, and I'm looking forward to it. But I've said to them, I said, look, I don't feel the need to be involved, but if you need me, just call, and I will be there with whatever I can help you with. And that's
real question. At this point, being so at this point in your career, you're a content creator, which is fine. You're no longer you've stepped away from game development
for the most part. Yeah.
Do you think being so disconnected at this point that you would actually be able to contribute and actually help them make an amazing Twisted Metal game?
Oh, Twisted Metal. I mean, because I am working creatively on video games right now. I work with this company, Movie Games, as a consultant on their video games. So it's not like I'm not engaged with the industry at all. However, no, I do not think so. I think I said this earlier on my own stream. I think that Twisted Metal as a piece of lore and fiction and the world, I think is incredibly deep and interesting, and there's a lot of stuff that can be done with it, a lot of gold to be mined from that. But I do not think straight up vehicle combat, I just don't think has a lot more to offer. It was a hard nut to crack in 2001, and the truth of the matter is, for 90% of the audience, what they loved about Twisted Metal Black was the story and the world. There were not a lot of people. I mean, the game people say they liked, but we were already on diminishing returns back in 2001. So I think, like I said earlier on my stream, when you're talking about fidelity of motion that people were used to back then, let alone now, in terms of jumping and double jumping and strafing and lying down and kneeling and, doing all the cool moves that you can do in something like, what is the remake of the Japanese game that they're coming out with, the third part coming up next month. Have a little bit of Wang. The guy's name is Wang. It's funny. It's whatever. The point is, in that game, you can do all kinds of acrobatics and shit. That I think when you put somebody in a car and you're like, okay, well, you can go backwards and forwards and you can't strafe. You can only rotate. It just becomes hard to compete with other arena-based shooters. Do you think you have the knowledge to possibly take Twisted Metal to the next level? If, for example, Lucid Games wanted to bring you on, do you think you would know how to make Twisted Metal an amazing game? As a straight car combat game?
Yes.
No. I think I would have the knowledge. If they were to say, we want to make a classic Twisted Metal game, we just want to make it free to play, I would absolutely have the knowledge, as would Scott, as would Kellen, to come on board and go, well, let me tell you what that is. You know, don't forget, you have to be able to rotate in the air, and here's how we motivate people to go from offense to defense, and you want to make sure the pickups are tuned in just such a way that you don't want to stay on offense or defense for too long because it gets boring, blah, blah, blah. But I think ultimately what you would be talking about is a game that is an old Twisted Metal game design template with a brand new next-gen coat of paint with a next-gen games as a service business model. Would that work? Probably only if you were able to come up with a bunch of interesting modes and a compelling meta, because the moment-to-moment vehicle combat idea, I think, is I would not be able to contribute to really refreshing that formula.
Well, let me ask you something, Jaffe. This is something me, BG, and Jack Move were debating about I believe it was like last week or 2 weeks ago. Do you think there's a market for vehicular combat games like Twisted Metal? Do you think people would show up for such a title?
No. I mean, I think you'd have your hardcore fans showing up for sure, but they're getting fewer and fewer. Like, I remember we launched Twisted Metal Black, and I think we sold, in the first week, Twisted Metal Black, we sold 50,000 copies, which was, you know, I mean, it was back in the PS2 days, so that wasn't nothing. And then the new one, 2012, I think, launched with 400,000 copies. So it was still number 1 or number 2 on the charts, but it wasn't like it was in the old days. So I think that, you know, do I think the idea of vehicles with rockets and guns will always be compelling? Yes. But do I think doing it in the same way, I think that becomes a harder sell. I think if you want to give somebody an action adventure game in the world of Twisted Metal, and part of that are vehicle combat scenarios that are designed to be compelling and unique and different, and then you move on to other things, sure, that could work. But if you're just talking, you know, a bunch of cars in an arena shooting each other, I think you're going to have a hard time competing because of the motion fidelity issue.
All right. Well, Jaffe, anytime you want to come back and tell us where the bodies are buried and, you know, detail company secrets, you know, just come on and do it right here on Weapon Wheel, man.
I will be there, sir. Thank you. I appreciate it, fellas.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What you got planned for the rest of the day, Jaffe?
I'm gonna do my stream a little bit. We've been streaming a bit, and then I don't know. I think I'm gonna watch a horror movie with my son, and I think we're going to the dog park tonight after the sun goes down, because my dog is so big and so crazy he cannot be at the dog park when other dogs are there because he will kill them.
Oh shit! Right. Let everybody know what your channel is called, Jaffe.
You can find me if you just go to YouTube and type in David Jaffe, or if you go to Twitter at David Scott Jaffe. I got to get a webpage set up, but my show's called Gabbin' and Games. Find me on YouTube. Find me on Twitter. Thank you, fellas. I appreciate it.
Yeah, go tell your fans to watch Weapon Wheel podcast.
They're listening right now.
Yeah, he's been live on his channel.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
All right, see you guys.
Yes, sir.
All right. There they go into the evening, the Weapon Wheel podcast, fellas. Well, that was a nice conversation, I thought. Let me bring in Stoner Joe in just a second. First, let me get these nice super chats. I appreciate this one. We got one from Arjun Sandhu. I appreciate it, buddy. I don't know what that currency is, but it doesn't matter if it's a booger or a piece of bacon. What, Jaffe? I'm high. Fuck off. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir, for the generosity. Very, very kind of you. And then what was this one up here? This one was from Dylan. Thank you, buddy. I finally beat God of War. Thanks for a great game. On behalf of all of us who made it, good sir, and there were a lot of us, you are very welcome. I love that you beat it, man. That's great. Lord Garth, member for 2 months. Welcome, sir. Cult Calypso. He says, quit punching down. I wasn't punching down. It's not punching down. You know, but shit. Fuck. Shit fuck. All right, I'm gonna bring in Stoner Joe. Let me see what this says. Hang on, I wanna make sure the chat can. Is he talking about a different? No, I'm talking about Ace. Yeah, Mario Kart's great, man. I need to get cooking some hamburgers, says Mr. Orange. All right, man. Thank you, David. That's very kind of you. It's India Rupee. Gotcha. Thank you, RPG. Okay, let us bring on. Where'd he go? Stoner Joe. Hang on a second. Stoner Joe, it's Jaffe. This is Stoner Joe. Joshua Cruz, thank you so much for the super chat. I do know where they hid Jimmy Hoffa's body. It is in the cornerstone of Giant Stadium. Isn't that what they say? Stoner Joe, are you there? It says you're muted. All right, well, you're on if you want to talk, bud. Is this Mark Cerny? It is. Absolutely. Punching down requires you to think less of others, says Eternal, like they're beneath you. Never known Jaffe to act that way. No, wasn't what I was doing. I had put their podcast on while yours was on, heard them talking trash, then went to watch the Bears game. Then all of a sudden they merged. What's up, Stoner Joe?
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm a little high right now, so I'm enjoying that. How are you? What are you doing on Sunday?
Nothing. I was just thinking.
Just thinking. What have you been thinking about, man?
Let's see. In verse.
Dude. Say it again. Say it again.
No. What was I trying to say again?
I don't know, baby. This is gonna be like Cheech and Chong because we're both fucking high on something. What have you been taking in your body? What kind of drug?
Drugs? It is unknown to me.
Unknown to you?
Rather the.
Are you still there?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe you need to move closer to your microphone because we're having a hard time understanding you, sir. Dano Genesis, when are we going to get Hal Sparks on the stream? I don't know. I don't know if I would have much to ask him.
Well, no, because honestly.
Yeah.
You can't hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you now. Yeah.
Oh, dude, I don't want to speak at a level of which people can understand me because I think it's important.
Okay, so wait. Let me make sure I can hear you. You want people to understand you because you think it's important, correct?
No, that's not what I said. I said something like completely different.
What did you say?
But, if you translate it to that now, then it's all right.
Okay, so what do you want to talk about, buddy?
Oh, sup.
Did you say sup?
I paid this woman, all right?
Yes.
To do something, anyways.
Okay.
Fulfillment of that is yeah.
Did you pay a prostitute or a therapist?
No, that's not actually what I did.
What'd you do? You paid this woman to do what?
Huh?
What do you want to talk about, Senator Joe? I got to hang up if you're not going to get to the point, though, because people are starting to go, what the fuck's he on about?
Oh. Yeah, well, I just presume that people are much more intelligent than I am, so they are able to, I don't know how to say, contain themselves.
Let me tell you something about people, okay? If we make it to evolve, I mean, we probably have to stay alive as a species for 300,000 years before we get some serious evolvement. We will look back at this period and say, it is absolutely staggering, Stoner Joe. It is staggering that we survived being as dumb and judgmental and cruel as we are. And we will look back and say, thank God we have. You know what it'll be like? It'll be like when we look at chimpanzees that we evolved from. And they're, and they get angry and they get mad and they're irrational. That's what our future selves will look back at us and go, how in the fuck did these motherfuckers...
Is that a term of horror?
What's that?
Is that a term of horror?
Is the term evolve a term?
Yes.
Sure. Like biologically, I mean. Like literally evolve because of random acts that yield behaviors that perpetuate and push the species forward, and thus they kind of become part of our makeup, and they become bred into the people. Do you know what I mean?
No, I was thinking about something completely different.
Oh, I'm there with you.
That's where you. What am I trying to say? No. Anyways. Can you see the wall?
I do. It's a very nice wall, good sir. And you have a nice,
very nice wall.
You have a nice hardwood floor.
Is it? I'm not sure.
Is it a nut share?
No. Anyways. wanted to do. It's October, so what's scary? What is representation? I would say religion is a representation. So if you could just, I can't just draw it on the fucking wall, dude. I need someone to just, Then how does it disappear, dude?
How does what disappear, sir?
Dude, remember when you said, what chemicals are you on?
Yes.
I think I see something right there.
Okay.
Anyways, but that doesn't, if it's,
Let me ask you this, Stoner Joe. Should we be worried about you right now? Are you safe right now?
Am I safe?
Are you going to hurt yourself right now?
I'm gonna say that they're gonna say it was me.
Okay, but I'm asking you, not your people that you think are out to get you. I'm asking you.
Okay. It's like, what it is just. I think I did well. Okay, sorry.
You did well. You did, absolutely.
Hello?
I'm here.
Dude, I would have to say, one day I played Twisted Metal Black, and the preacher was on the screen, and he was tipping the baby, and then we like froze, and it was just like, ooh, that was scary. And then
Okay. How old were you when you played that? Because a lot of people tell me they played that when they were kids, and it scared them.
Let's see. I don't know. 5 to 15.
So were you scared of that game or no?
I was scared to go turn off the system. That's what it was. It was just like,
Okay. Well, I mean, they were meant to be really disturbing characters, so I hope you didn't play it too young. But, there you go. It happens.
it's just very simple. You know what I mean?
I hear you, pal.
It's like, what's her name?
Which one?
Batiste.
Batiste?
No.
Good Sir Stone Joe. So look, let me ask you this question. How do you make money? What job do you have?
I can't actually say.
Are you an assassin?
No, I'm not an assassin.
Are you a surgeon?
Nope.
Are you a lady of the evening?
No.
All right. Well, listen, buddy, I'm going to let you go. I hope you're safe. Please take care of yourself. Are you're safe, right? You're not going to hurt yourself?
Like I said, do you think it was me?
No, that's not my question. My question is, are you, even if you've got people outside stalking you, that's not my question. My question is, I'm asking you directly because they haven't taken over your body. They haven't taken over your mind. So I'm asking you, are you going to hurt yourself?
Only for work.
Okay, but you won't tell me what your work is, so I can't really have an opinion over that. So I wish you the best. The chat wishes you the best. Call back anytime, Stoner Joe. We'll see you soon, okay, bud?
Okay, I just really am afraid.
You what?
I am afraid that this entire conversation was already pre-planned and that anything I was able to say was hopefully worth $15.
Listen to me. We don't have free will, if that's what you mean. Of course it's pre-planned. There are much smarter beings than we are that are able to look at this and go, we might as well be...
No, it's not like humanity, dude. It's not like... People are saying it's a much greater intelligence than themselves.
Absolutely.
But honestly, it's just... in the second stagnant of average.
You think the average person is able to be able to look at a situation and know exactly how it's going to go because they can understand the biology and physiology of a human enough to know how the chemicals affect their behavior?
I'd say about other people.
Yeah, I've never even been close.
You have a better idea of yourself than someone else.
Well, what I can tell you is I've never been close to being that smart, so I couldn't do it. But I absolutely.
Do you think you made your product better?
Say that one more time.
Do you think it's value added?
To be able to think that way? I think it's a blessing and a curse if you can think that way. I think if you can think that way, you can pretty much game any situation to your benefit because you might as well have a crystal ball because you know exactly what's going to happen. But I think if you can think that way, you also have the nightmare of kind of living through a world that you might as well be a character's mind stuck in a movie that's playing and you have no control over it. You're just watching it through their eyes. And you better hope it's a good movie or you're going to go out of your fucking mind.
Oh, it's, dude, it's not even that. It's just the introduction.
Yeah. Oh, I understand.
Yeah, it's just, well, that's pretty cool, dude. It's just like, she's gonna be amazing. To me, anyways.
Yeah.
I'll be really happy about it. And it's just like, dude, I have to be world famous, and people would have to be listening to me all the time, and it's just like, anyways.
Yeah, I used to want to be famous when I was a kid, but then you get a little bit of fame, Stoner Joe, and it's you get a little bit of fame, and it's such as it is in video games. And it's really not all it's cracked up to be. It's kind of a pain, and it doesn't make you happy.
Well, momentarily it does.
At first, then it stops, and you're just like, "Oh, this doesn't do anything."
Really? I'm pretty sure imagery is a lot of things to a lot of people.
That's a good.
That would be important.
I mean, that's a good point.
No way.
That's a good point.
It's just, I didn't even read the Bible, dude, so...
You did or did not read the Bible?
I did not.
Let me tell you something. Chongo on our chat says to me, go get the Bible. He recommended one, because I'm an atheist agnostic. And he says, okay, here's what I'm going to do a favor for you, Stoner Joe. I don't believe in any of this stuff, okay? But look at this goddamn Bible they sent me in the Amazon. Look how big this fucker is. It's like a phone book, right? I want you to tell me the word stop, and I'm going to stop on a page, and whatever I happen to read, that is God talking to you. You ready? All right, tell me when to stop. I'm going to go now.
Let's see. I'm not watching the stream.
I'm just say stop when your spirit feels it. In this generation, though.
Wait.
Come on now. Come on now. Say it. I can't stop it for you.
Okay.
I'm listening. Let's go. Let's go.
I barely hear anything.
Say the word stop. You don't have to hear anything. Say it when your gut feels like saying the word stop. Let's go.
I have to have someone else do it for me.
Okay. Somebody call in and say stop for me. So Joe, he says God doesn't want this. Okay, well then I can't do it then. Mr. Pancake says stop. Okay, here's what God wants you to know. God, look how small the print is on this goddamn thing. God damn it. Who the fuck can read this shit? Okay, the quote for you is Sheep's Clothing is the name of the little fantasy story. And it says, it's Matthew 7:15, whatever the fuck that means. Wolves coming disguised as sheep was a common image Oh wait, no, that's the Cliff Notes. Here we go. False prophets. Watch out for false prophets, Stoner Joe. They come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ferocious wolves. Do people pick grapes from thorn bushes or figs from thistles? Beats the fuck out of me, Bible. Likewise, very good tree bears good fruit.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that I could just talk.
But a bad tree bears bad fruit.
Because I don't really think it is, because maybe I'm just trying to distract myself from the greatest reality of all time.
Yeah.
Why? I don't know why it would be amazing. It would just be awesome.
What would be?
Just, I don't. Nothing.
Fuck you,
Nothing,
Fupy.
I'm sorry.
Fuck you, Fupy.
I can't. She would have to be the smartest person. And it's just like, ugh. Because, you know what I call my Poseidon?
Are you asking me that?
No, it's just, no. Someone will. I'm pretty sure. It's like a common question.
Ask it again.
Luna.
Luna?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I don't know, man. What do you think of Tom Cruise? I'm worried about him.
Oh, I don't follow Tom Cruise.
Yeah, I saw him on the news last night. I feel bad for the guy. Scientology's fucked him up.
Yeah, well, just, I can't think of it. Oh, sorry. Forgive the following. Only thing. It's, who gets more livelihood is your mother.
Your livelihood is my mother?
No, dude. Just, whatever. It's just, yeah, see? It's just, every stupid region can do this. It's just like, ugh. Oh, sad. Yeah. No, I don't think you should feel sad for me.
I don't feel sad. I don't feel sad for you.
Oh, do you think I'm sad?
I think if you're sad, I would only suggest you're sad because you are in a society that has not been built around the way your brain is. I mean, ultimately, no one is sad or broken unless they're put in a situation that doesn't embrace them.
Hold on, I gotta check the stream real fast. A creepy genre, which is the next one. Yeah, it's pretty much the thing. Okay. Ooh. So this is me, dude. It's just like,
are you aware that you're not? Would you like me to put you on camera so other people can see you? Because right now I can see you, but
you would.
Are you saying you want me to?
Yeah, no, I can't, unfortunately.
Okay, so I can see you, but they cannot see you right now. You're aware of that, is what I'm asking you.
I think a certain group could.
But yes, but the people in the chat cannot see you.
Can they not?
Okay, just making sure you know that.
Do they? Oh, well, have to be. Oh, do you think your works has given you grandeur in the medium of entertainment?
Wait, say it again. I don't understand.
Do you think 10 million viewership is worth?
Say, I'm sorry, Stoner Joe. I don't understand what your question is, man.
How do you view the viewership?
How do I do what with my viewership?
No, I said, how do you view?
Oh, well, I have on Streamlabs or whatever. It just tells me how many people are watching at any moment, and then also it gets recorded. So most of my views come after the live streams, but that's how.
Yeah, well, did Sony help you with that?
Probably. I think my reputation and my, notoriety from being from Sony certainly helped grow my audience faster than if I had just started and no one knew my name. Sure. I think so.
Dude, hold on. Do you ever feel like you have no purpose?
Do I ever feel like, which one? I have no purpose?
Yes.
I feel like purpose is it's a concept that really doesn't land with me. I mean, what does that mean? Purpose I enjoy things in life. And when I don't, it means I might be chemically depressed and I need to up my Zoloft. But other than that, I don't think there is, if there is purpose, it's beyond our, ability to really ascertain what that is. I think purpose is like a side effect of Hollywood telling you, oh, everyone's got to have a purpose. I just think we're trying to get by, man.
Well, then, the Antichrist of no value.
Well, I don't believe in Christ or the Antichrist or any of that. Stoner Joe, goodness gracious, stop giving me your money. I appreciate you. You don't
would not have. Well, dude, you went to Google.
In Nolito,
There's a guy who was a multi-millionaire who created something in the past that he was really, really proud of, and everyone didn't get the deeper meaning of it, and it's just like.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Oh yeah. Are you afraid Kratos is out to kill you?
Oh, I see. 1 second, Senator Joe. Nolito, I think I'm saying your name, or Naldo Limos. Thank you so much for the super chat, buddy. I appreciate it very much. Thank you for the support, and Stoner Joe as well. Am I worried Kratos is out to kill me? No, I'm not worried about that at all. I think Kratos has great fondness for me, like I have great fondness for him. There are times where I will close my eyes and I will visit with him, and it's good to see what he's up to. And even though I know there is a version of time where he sort of peeled off from my God of War and became kind of miserable, when I last left him in my mind, he was riding a horse, happily heading into a temple in the desert to do a next big adventure. And so I was happy to see him.
Come on, let the chat do that one.
Okay. All right, Stoner Joe, I'm going to let you go. I made a rhyme I didn't even know, but there it goes. I'm not a hoe. I love you, Stoner Joe.
Yeah, have a well day.
1 second.
Oh no! Wait. Oh, okay.
All right, Stoner Joe, I gotta let you go, buddy. Thanks for hanging out with us. I appreciate it as always. Take care of yourself. Be safe. Get some sleep, says Danny Sullivan. I concur. I agree. All the best, says Mini Warmonger. Got a lot of love out here for you, Stoner Joe.
The item.
I don't know what that is you just said. What did you just make up a language?
I said watch the item.
Watch the idol?
The item.
What item?
It's a movie.
No.
Anyways, look up a scary movie, The Item. It is.
Gotcha. Okay, fair enough, Stoner Joe. Take care, sir. I'll see you later. All right, Stoner Joe. Good sir, Stoner Joe, heading off into the night. Stay safe, buddy, out there. Come on now. God of War Ascension, what were they thinking? They were thinking, give me your ducats, motherfucker. That's what they were thinking. You can't tell me. Now, I wasn't there for that. You can't tell me that wasn't a cash grab. And I'm not saying it was a bad game. I haven't played it. And I like Todd Pappy a great deal. But you can't tell me the motivation to do that game came from Pappy and Shannon and whoever going, I have this amazing story we have to tell. So what they were thinking is probably, this is a franchise, let's keep rolling it, man. The dude seems cool, I wish him the best. Oh, Stoner Joe? Yeah, I mean, I worry about him a little bit, but I've talked to him about maybe seeing a therapist, and he's I don't know. I mean, I know he probably really genuinely needs one, but I don't know what to tell you. I mean, you can't force somebody to get help. Hopefully something will occur in his life where he will say it's time for me to. Because what's really just tragic? It was so stomach churning. Last night, I was watching on YouTube, and it was the guy who shot up that theater in Aurora, the Dark Knight show, and when they were interviewing him, 10 years, 8 years, whatever after the fact from that shooting, he sounded like a rational, normal person. In prison, he clearly had been put on medicine. He had gotten a better cognition of what was happening. But clearly, when he did what he did, he was out of his fucking mind. And, the sad part is that a lot of people struggle and don't get help, right? Until, they hit rock bottom. So I hope that doesn't happen. Thank you, Senator Joe, for that super chat. He says, lesson unknown. I didn't say that, Fupy. I just said that he seems like a normal person when you hear him talking. Thank you, Stoner Joe. I appreciate it. But, you don't have to keep giving me your ducats, baby. Save that shit for yourself. Go see a therapist. That would be super chat for you, okay? Jaffe, thoughts on 2018 God of War winning best game ever made from IGN? Cool. I don't really have any, but that's nice. It's a nice thing to get. I gotta say, I didn't like the camera view or mechanics or fighting in the new version of God of War, says Scooser Boots. Plus, the open world was not God of War enough for me. Yeah, I mean, it was a very different game, but I think a lot of people loved it. I enjoyed it a great deal. I thought it was great. Oh, no, I know, Gabrielle. God of War Ascension, the multiplayer solved so many fast-paced combat melee issues. Yeah, that netcode was fucking brilliant, man. It's fucking brilliant. Interesting. So you're saying TC Carson, I need to look into if I have enough to ask him. I don't really know his work that well other than Kratos. I don't know if we could make an hour or two stream just going, so what was it like to be Kratos, right? But maybe. I bought the game day one and never got past the first 10 minutes. I will play it. I want to play that. I want to play Dante's Inferno and whatnot. So I'm hungry, man. Peapod, if I could find that God of War 3 design notebook, I had some brilliant art done. It might have been, I don't know who did this. Maybe it was Lee Wilson. I don't know who did this art, but it was a scene that I wanted to have in God of War 3 where Kratos was flying a Pegasus and there were these massive Titans they were fighting, and a bunch of the Spartan soldiers, like 1,000 of them or what have you, got eaten. And Kratos basically has to, the more you harm the Titan, you can slit his stomach and pull out still living soldiers out of his stomach. And it was to help you in the fight. And it was a really cool sequence. But I can't find that anymore. Jaffe, will you ever consider interviewing Review Tech? I don't know what I would ask him. I like him very much, and we follow each other on Twitter. But again, the reviews for me, like right now, I want to talk to that lady. Not the reviews, the interviews about the serial killers. I want to talk to a guy who just wrote a book about China's influence over video games and movies and entertainment in general. I don't know what I would talk to Review Tech about, right? I don't know his story enough to be able to sort of, push out an hour and a half of content. But if you think it would be a good interview, yeah, let me know the kind of stuff you'd want me to talk to him about. Yeah, Rathy, I could talk to TC about being cut. I could talk to him about his thoughts on Kratos. And maybe that, and I'm sure fans would want to talk to him. So maybe I'd reach out to him. You played the new Halo, Stoner Joe? I did too. I thought the new Halo Infinite multiplayer was a lot of fun. It was really good. All right, am I going to play something? Maybe I'll play something tonight. Maybe not. I don't know. Well, I think what I'm going to do now... Hey, Jojo D is talking to Stoner Joe. He says, I love Jaffe's channel as you do. You are not alone. You can get me on Discord. Yes, Jojo's always on the Discord, Stoner Joe. A huge part of me wants to talk to you. You got fans out there, Stoner Joe. People are looking to make sure you're okay. So reach out to these motherfuckers. Play something now. Yeah. Not feeling it, dog. That's what the cool kids say. They call it their dog. Yoda Blaze, there's no such game as BB and Tina. There's no such goddamn game. I have played Metroid Dread. Maybe I'll put that on real quick. How does the stealth genre return to mainstream popularity? I don't think it does. I think just like car combat, I think it has a place in the day of genres being the mainstream go-to, I think are coming to an end or have ended a while ago. I mean, even look at I'm playing Battlefield 2042 the other night, and I mean I'm instantly I'm flying jets, I'm driving cars, my buddies are driving cars, and I have guns like the Warthog. I got helicopters, I got troop transports, and I can also be a human moving around the space, and I can zip line. The idea of saying this is a pure game that's only stealth, I don't think games work that way as much anymore. Good night, Midnight. Good to see you, buddy. Deacon out. You goddamn right. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. I'll show you where I'm at in Metroid, boys. How about that? How about that as a gift? What I think of old consoles? I mean, I have nostalgia for them, Tristan. I have nostalgia for the Atari I grew up with, and ColecoVision, and my NES, and all that stuff. But I'm not a big nostalgia guy. Like, I'm not walking around kind of going, oh, I had, for 1 year, I had my wife at the time, she bought me an Atari and games and stuff. And it after playing with it for about 20 minutes, it stayed in the fucking garage. Just because, it's not, the nostalgia is, I'm setting this Metroid up 1 second. Nostalgia is fucking awesome, but once that wears off, you're left with playing, River Raid, which, River Raid's great and all, but after 20 minutes, you're like, I get it. That's why they call them the good old days, because they're good, but they're also old. Am I right, boys? You goddamn right I am. You goddamn right I am. This fall on ABC, David Jaffe brings the heat with his new procedural cop drama, Jaffe Cop. That's right, he's an atheist cop in one of the most religious parts of the world, trying to track down killers and also find the Lord. This fall on ABC, everyone will be talking about Jaffe Cop. Do-do-do, do-do-do, from Stephen Bochco. Yeah. All right, hang on. You. All right. Zaxxon. Zaxxon was good. Where's my game, man? Oh, I gotta turn on the Nintendo. Okay. Hello, Phil Spencer. Good to see you, buddy. Always good to have you here, Philip. Philip the Spence. Philip the Spooncer. BB and Tina is not real. There's no way that's a real goddamn game. I don't believe you. I think you're a liar. I think you're a liar and you're a son of a bitch. You're just a liar. Why am I not getting my thing on? Come on now. Come on now, game. What's going on with you? Where's my Metroid? Why is it not turning on? Hang on a moment. Am I high? Yes, Phantom, I'm high. I don't know how high. How high do I need to be? Of course. You know, I am afraid this battle station will be quite operational when your friends arrive. Hang on. Oh, I knew a girl who lost her sense of comedic timing. It was pretty sad because she was a clown in the circus, and that sort of ended any ability of her to make a living at her chosen profession. Why is it not seeing my computer or my signal? Hang on. Trying to get to work, boys. Trying to get to work. Come on, Elgato, y'all so-and-so. It's never really is... that's the Xbox. That's the Nintendo. Nintendo Switch. I don't know, you see. I don't know. Oh, I know. Hang on. I'm a moron. Hang on. Yeah, we got hang on. I have to kill the Elgato. Hang on. Here we go. Now I have to relaunch the Elgato is what's happening. Tabletop Galaga. What kind of nonsense are you on about, sir? That's just stuffing nonsense. Come on now. Why is my Elgato not working? Why am I not getting a signal? What is happening? I'm very worried about what is occurring in my world at the moment. Come on. This is really unusual. What the fuck is happening? Here's my fucking Switch. It's turned on. See? It's turned on. It's powered up. I don't know. They have to play something else, man. Shit. Shit, fire, and save your matches. That's the way we do it in Alabama. You must shit fire, and you must save your matches. You know, my mom could never go through a fucking drive-through because she would crack the fuck up. And she would laugh, and we would say, Mama, that's embarrassing. And she'd just say, it's so funny. It's so funny. Let's turn on Elgato again. I have the Xbox on right now. I have the PS5 on, and I have the Nintendo on. Let's see if any of these fucking work. Gas station. I'm this close to saying fuck it. It's gas station time. Stoner Joe, you old knucklehead. Stoner Joe just popped some more ducats. Thank you, buddy. Don't need to keep giving me your money, man. I appreciate it. You know I do, but you don't need to do that. It's a sign to play Death Stranding. Oh, maybe. Okay, hang on. But if I play it, what's going to happen is y'all going to get mad at me if I'm not in the headspace to play it. Thank you, Stoner Joe. I appreciate that very much, buddy. Why am I hearing that sound for the first time in ages? All right, hang on. I got to figure this out. No, okay, hang on. None of it's working. Okay. It's got to be this. It's got to be this. That's my guess. Okay. Has to be, because I'm not even getting the PlayStation. Why have you abandoned me? It makes me very sad. You have killed everyone. I am High Doomslayer. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. And it's telling me there's no fucking signal. That's a problem. Why is it? It says there's no signal. Un momento. I'm still here with you, child. It is just like the footsteps in the sand with Jesus, you know? Trying to figure out why this is a goddamn nightmare. Do you think it's a nightmare just like me? It works. It works. You goddamn right. Okay. El gato, why are you here? Why has El gato come to me to tell me that El gato loves me? All right, that's pretty good. I'm a stupid adult entertainment because of my intelligence level comprehension, says Stoner Joe. I know many people in adult entertainment. Jaffe, you have a big experience of serious exhaustion. I won't buy Far Cry. You have a big experience? You mean a case of exhaustion? All right, AJC, always good to see you, good sir. Here's where I'm at in the Metroid. Tell me if it's too loud. Tell me if it's too loud. Hello, Phil Spencer. While I'm playing Metroid, baby, that's what's up. I'll tell you, it's fluid as fuck, though. It moves like a goddamn racehorse. I love it. It's really smooth. It's a bit loud. Is that better? Is that better? Why can we see the video outline? Oh yeah, hang on. For some reason it's not letting you see the Elgato. 1 second. Now turn it up. Okay, but yeah, you got to see the picture. Why is it not showing you Elgato? Hang on. Okay. Done. That should be working for you fellas. Okay, turn it up louder. I will say the music in this is fantastic. I've seen some people complaining about the music, and I'm like, really? I think the music is fantastic. See, like even that, I'm trying to pull down on the stick, and it's just this little Joy-Con does not do so well. I'm going to head out and don't want to see what I haven't played, says Jarvie. No worries, buddy. Thanks for being with us, man. I appreciate it, bud. Jaffe, do you play console games through the Elgato? No. I only do when I'm streaming. But I don't know how to not play through. I mean, I'm playing directly on the Elgato card. One person says it's fucking loud. And somebody says it's perfect. I don't fucking know. But obviously when I'm playing and I'm not streaming, I don't play on Elgato. This is a hard game to play when you're stoned, though, because you kind of forget what you're trying to do. See, like that, I'm trying to crouch, but if you don't push it down in exactly the right way... Oh, and look at that. Crouch stays crouched. You don't have to... Okay, maybe that's why. Rear up, you ugly bastard. Let's go. Oh, or not. Do I ever wish to be another person? No, I'm pretty good. I'm pretty fortunate, man. Oh, I don't have that ability yet. Yes, Phil Spencer, I have very much, pal. I'm struggling to read the map. I like this move, the sort of charge move. Oh, I know, everybody's telling me I need that controller. You're right, I do. If you aim with left bumper and use charge. Oh yeah, I'm not worried about it. I'm high, sir. Can't get out of there. Well, that would be cool, Eternal. Who is hotter? Thank you for the super chat, Carl B. Man. Who is hotter? Shamit, god damn it, Samus, Samur, or Zelda? Probably Samus. Zelda seems like she would be boring in bed, whereas oh, I hate her name. I can't ever say it. Whereas Samus seems like she'd be a lot of fun, but she'd be kind of like you know, she's a lot of woman. Let's just say that. In terms of just being a very... You'd have to know how to give her the pleasure. Whereas I think Zelda would just be like, oh, you know, let's do missionary position again. Again? And it's like, oh, it's Sunday, no time for sex, we must go to church. That's what Zelda strikes me as, you know? So I'm not interested in that. I don't know where I'm going, fellas. Hey! I'm stuck. I'm high and I'm stuck. This is not a good game to play high, I'm telling you. Good night, Solid Mister. Good to see you, buddy. Thank you for hanging out with us, man. Where do I go in this crazy Metroid world? Jeez, I'm stuck everywhere. What the fuck is this? Oh, Ricardo, I'm definitely not gonna play Metroid tonight. No, that's wrong. I'm definitely not gonna play I'm not gonna play Death Stranding tonight. Lower left in the central room. Up here, right? But I can't do anything. I can't get out of this room. Right, but there's nothing to do in here. I don't have the ability yet to ball up and go through that thing. I don't think. Have I learned that? It's a thermal door over here? Because I don't know how to open this door. How would I know how to open a thermal door? Oh, shoot missiles at walls. Wait, okay, this is the upper left. Wait, lower left, okay. So, I mean, what am I supposed to do? I don't... Oh, then there's a valve in the machine room. Okay. Okay. Well, I can't go through here. I can't get up there. Let me get some missiles. I'm out. No, I'm not. How did I get those missiles? Spaz says go up here and shoot missiles. Why? I have to shoot the ceiling? Oh, come, why would I know that? Why would I ever have known to do that? That's some bullshit right there. Why would anyone know to do that? What utter bullshit. Good to see you, Ricardo. Okay, that's... You know, I'm sorry, man. I'm so sick of reviewers. It's a 10, it's a 9, Game of the Year. You literally cannot. Why would you know? What? I almost don't want to play this anymore because if I get stuck, it's like, oh, well, the solve is to run around and fucking hit the same shit. I mean, now it could be anything could be interactive with. I have no idea. Oh my God, that's bad. How does that get past people? Stoner Joe. I appreciate that, buddy. I want to play Halo 5. Is that infinite or is there a Halo 5? They didn't stick out like a sore thumb. I'm sorry, that did not stick out like a fucking sore thumb. See this red thing above me? That sticks out like a sore fucking thumb. I'm sorry, Bacon, if you don't look at that and you think that's an acceptable piece of game design, I don't understand, Joe. How do we pick a game month that includes hundreds of fans? You mean to play? Like you mean let's play Dead by Daylight or something? Shit. Thanks, Stoner Joe, for the super chat, buddy. I appreciate it, man. Maybe later. I would love to play with you. I don't want to play anything multiplayer at the moment. It's too hot in here. Oh, shit. But thank you for asking, buddy. I appreciate it. Can you scan the environment? Not that I know of. I mean, maybe, but... I mean, come on. That can't just be me, right? I mean, that's some horse shit. Was the room visible on the mini-map? The enemies up above were visible. But that doesn't mean I can... There's no indication just because they were visible that I should be able to shoot them. There has to have been a hint. Well, I don't know where it was, if there was. Expect somewhat hidden paths. Yeah, but that's not hidden. Like a hidden path for a secret, sure. That's progress ending. Hey man, I'd love it. Send me a fucking check, man. I would absolutely take your money if you want to have me pimp Game Pass. Everybody thinks I already do, but I'm like, no, I just happen to genuinely love it. Okay, that's bullshit, Spazbo. I hate that shit. That precision shooting on this controller is really tough for me. See, like this totally tells you can shoot it. Because it's got that red shit around it. Although it's supposed to. Maybe you have to be up there to shoot it. Nope, it works. There you go. Think. See, like that? What? The visual cueing in this game is horseshit. I'm sorry. Even that, the shooting of that is, the parrying of that is absolutely off. Like, you have to parry way too early. This is not a very well-made game so far. I'm sorry, it just isn't. How this has gotten the level of love it has from critics, people talk about that Nintendo bump. I'm starting to think it's a real goddamn thing. Is he okay? Is your friend okay, Eric? But yes, send me the link. I'll post it. All right, Fupy. Good to see you as always, sir. Yeah, this is like, I mean, right? I have no idea I'm even hurting it. I mean, this is ridiculous. So, okay, I want you to look at this. Oh shit, man, he's in critical. Oh my god. Yeah, send me the link. I'll put it up. Right there, we know that blows up, right? But there's absolutely nothing. Well, I won't do it on Twitter. I'll do it here, Eric. I don't know. I kind of worry. Tweeting on here because people have the context. I will put the link on here. I don't want to do it on Twitter because I don't know enough about it yet. But I mean, if you want to put the link on here, I'll look at it. But see, this blew up last time, right? And now I'm just like, I don't know how I did it. You are hitting the metal. I mean, you're right. That's what was happening, but it didn't really look that. This is not a masterpiece. I mean, it might become a masterpiece. Absolutely. It's no masterpiece yet. I'm telling you that goddamn now. What am I doing? Where's my map? Oh, I gotta go down here. Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Eric. Where am I going? All right, let's see. Carl B. Man, what do you mean? What do you mean? Every place looks the same. Yeah, no, I mean, there is that problem with it too. Hang on a sec, fellas. I'm going to see if I have this. this tweet in my DMs. I don't have it yet. Let me know when it's there, dude. Oh. Come on, Jaffe, focus. Yes, I agree, Crazed. It's been outclassed by indie Metroidvanias. I think that's true. I played Super Metroid back in the day. Okay, well, the red rooms are clearly rooms I can't act. Okay, this looks like it, but that's lava. I can't go that way. If I go... I don't fucking know. Mechanics and design, probably 2012. Tiago, Twist Metal. Go back where? To Titanic Rose? Yeah, I'm not... I don't love this purchase, Carl. See that? The melee, or the parry is really off. Get through that. Hello, Dason. Oh shit, these fuckers. Oh, it's so confusing. I have not, Mendez. I have not heard about that, buddy. See that? Look how early I'm starting. Yeah, but people are fucking, you know, they're loving this fucking game. I don't fucking know why. What molten doors are open? Send it to me on Twitter, man. Zenren, you like this game. I'm struggling to find the greatness of it. But it may just be me. Oh, shit. Follow the lava tube. Okay. Which way, though? To the right or to the left? Which way am I supposed to go? I know, go back through the big tunnel, meaning go left. I'm totally hungry. Just nostalgia goggles, it feels that way, man. Well, Ogrenaut, to be fair, I'm high as a kite right now. Well, I'm not as bad as I was, but I'm sure that's playing a big part. Oh, Jesus fucking... Yeah, so he can put it in the Discord. He's in the Discord. Fucking thing. Right? So where am I supposed to fucking go, man? There was a central room you were in. You're talking about this, right? No, I understand not knowing where to go is Metroid staple, but in this case, because I'm high, it's kind of confusing to look at the map. Like Castlevania, I tend to do better at. Hello, Trey Trimble. I'm good, man. How you doing? Okay. This is where I was before, right? This is terrible. So
record of your assailant in the Federation database. However, there are records of the chosen warrior tribe. You have seen the warrior tribes of the situation and have continued to hunt forth their art.
Yes, there will be Halloween streams coming. I haven't planned them yet. I'm working on it. I do not like this game. Player one, I don't like this game. It's a bunch of bad decisions. It never would have occurred to me to follow that lava. Now again, I am high, but hey, Apple Jacks. See, it's so hard to have that precision aiming I need to... like this. I guess I'm not doing any damage to it. It's such a bad... Just a lot of visual keying. Maybe I need that controller you guys have. The Pro controller, because this is a real pain to play with. I'm out of missiles, dude. I do have a charge and hold shot, but it's hard for me with this controller to aim well. I hate this controller. It's so tiny. Alright. I need to get a new one anyway, because I do want to get, unless it gets terrible reviews, I want to get, what's that game? Mario Party? I don't think it's I could be wrong. I don't think it's a skill issue. Fuck you, sadistic fuck. I don't like this game that much. I don't. At least so far. Stay in one place. Damn it! So many fucking little buttons. Fuck! I just can't get there in time and then change to the rocket and then like and not slide off the platform. See that? I'm not an idiot. I know I'm supposed to stand under it, but if you move the stick just so, your little dude does that. Oh my god. Come on, man. I'm not charging the rocket. I'm literally trying to fire the rocket off without moving. So yeah, this is bullshit. This is not, I cannot play with this fucking thing. I have to get in place, I have to stop and aim, and then I have to launch the rocket. But it is so fucking hard to launch the fucking rocket. Yeah, I'm gonna get a new controller. I know I don't need rockets, but I cannot... have you seen me running, and I fire at an angle? It's not that I'm trying to fire at an angle. It's that when I push up on the controller, the character, unless it's just perfect, the character starts moving. And if I have to hit the left to stop him in place, then it becomes very hard to also hit the right to change to the missile and use the stick to aim and then hit the fire button, all before that little fucking laser motherfucker hits me. I don't want to persevere. Maybe, you know what? I in a lot of ways, I think that is a difference between me having worked in games and other people not. Maybe gamers just look at this like it's the gamer's problem. I look at this like it's the developer's problem. Like this is an absolute poorly tuned game. I'm sorry, you don't release a game that plays shitty with the controller that most people have. I mean, if you're gonna do that, just fucking pack the goddamn controller in there. Jesus Christ. God damn it! That. Fuck this game. Okay, so hold L and then hold R. Once charged, press Y. It's like 4 buttons. With these little fucking sticks. Fuck you, Metroid. You're a piece of shit. Absolute piece of shit. All right, Trey Trimble. Thank you, buddy. All right, you shared the link. All right, let me... oh, you can kill the EMI now with that? Really? Well... Where did you share the link? On Discord? I'm on Discord. I don't see it. Where did you share it, man? In the link section, maybe? Hang on. Oh my god. Yeah, let me... I'll share it with everybody now, and then I'll take a look at it as well. Get an Amazon order controller. Yeah, but you know, where's that in the reviews, man? Where's that? Oh, poor guy. Jesus. All right, I'll check it out. It sucks we live in America where people have to raise money to get help from a fucking gunshot wound. I mean, it's like, that shouldn't be, oh, thank God I was able to have a GoFundMe account. It should be, no, we fucking pay for that shit. Socialism, whatever, fuck you. Fellas, I'm fried, and I'm hungry. Thanks for hanging out with me, you guys. I'll see you soon. I'll be back this week with a couple streams, gameplay streams, videos, all that good stuff. No Death Stranding tonight. I listen to me, guys. I don't want to play it. That's what I'm saying. I will play it, but I'm not going to stream the first hour of it. I need to play it on my own because it's a fucking game that has a 2-hour cutscene. I can't get my head around why I would want to play a game with a 2-hour cutscene. But I'll give it a try. I don't understand what you're saying, Joe, at all. Halloween, one big is greater than huge thing, game, movie, just chat. No idea. No idea. Gabriel, here's a great example. Gabriel says Jaffe's going to post an apology video where he reinstalls it and says best game ever, whatever. That's possible. But ultimately, this goes back to the very video I was making, which is onboarding in the first hour. It's like, I'm sorry, this is not my fucking fault. You release a game, the reviewers don't mention, playing with this is shit, that particular game. The visual language of the game is confusing. And I'm supposed to just take it because eventually it gets good? Fuck off. Fuck off. I'm done. And I'm high, and I appreciate it, you guys. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the company. I really do appreciate it, you guys. I hope you've been well. I hope you had a good time hanging out. I will see you guys when we turn this fucking Nintendo bullshit off. Am I right, boys? You goddamn right.